All right, starters pointing them down. 30A, 30BC, here we go. Everybody clear out of turn one. We'll keep an eye on them as they exit turn two and head down the hill. All right, here we go with Super Schoolboy 1. Christian Yannick on that far outside. Tegan Dowers right there in a battle for the hole shot. He's going to come out running in that number 2 spot. All right, on the gate next, 250A and 250B. In staging, we should have race 3, 50 senior, 50 junior. And back in the pits, getting ready to go. We should have race number 4, 40A, 40BC, and 60 plus. Leaders coming down the hill. Up and over the triple jump right in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Early leader is the 324 of Jason Henninger. That's the rider out of Amelia, Ohio on the Husky. Jacob Godar sits in the number 2 spot, followed by Corey Hawkins in 3rd. Looks like Jordan Lane leading that 30BC class. Travis Arnold 2nd. And Andrew Folden in 3rd. That's exactly how they run in the series. On the gate in our 250A class, we should have the 322 of Giancarlo Clauser, 460 Michael Hicks, and the 500 of Jason Gepford. In our 250B class, we have the Slash of Dalton Whitaker, the X of Jacob McGee, 56 is Kinzer Medler, 155 Blake Anderson, and 227 Skylar Corbin. All right, leader coming back through the switchback, up and over the triple jump in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. It'll be 2 down and 2 to go for Henninger, the rider out of Ohio on the Husky. Sponsored by Cycle Specialist, Moto Photo, Dunlop, Moto Seat, 560 Graphics, and Mica Metals. Jacob Godar still running in 2nd. Hawkins in 3rd. Christian Yannick leading the way in Schoolboy 1. Brody Bennett running in second. Running in second in 30 BC behind Jordan Lane, it's the 78 of Frederick Griffith. Arnold sits in third, UC fourth, Andrew Folden rounding out the top five. Fastest rider on the racetrack is the 27 of Christian Yannick on his Super Mini. 2:07 flat lap times. Your 30A leader running at a 2:08.5. Speaking of your 30A leader, Henninger, he's coming around to pick up the white flag. White flag flying. 1 lap to go. Christian Yannick up to third on the racetrack behind Jacob Godar, who sits second in the 30A class. Speaking of top caliber racers, on the gate next in our 250A class, it is your AMA 18 to 24 college national champion, Michael Hicks, getting ready to do battle in 250A. All right, your leader coming down the hill back into view. He'll come through that switchback, up and over the triple in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. All right, leading it from wire to wire and picking up the first checkered flag of the day. It's 324, Jason Henninger. Picks up the win in the 30A class. Coming home second on the racetrack and first in Schoolboy 1. It's the 27 of Christian Yannick. Coming across next, finishing second in 30A, it's a 108 of Jacob Godar. Coming home second in Schoolboy 1, it's a 53 of Brody Bennett. Picking up the win in 30 BC. It is the 78 of Frederick Griffith out of Clarksville, Tennessee. Jordan Lane comes home in the number 2 spot. Jordan went into the moto leading the 30 BC class. And between him, Arnold, and Andrew Folden, he comes out on top. So unofficially, that should put him in good position for that overall series award. Travis Arnold does come home second. Aaron Whalen ends up, Arnold in the number 3 spot, Whalen in 4th. All right, here we go with 250A, 250B. All right, on the gate next should be race number 3, 50 senior, 50 junior. In staging, we should have race 4, 40A, 40 BC, and 60 plus. And getting ready to go should be race number 5, 85 open. All right, your leaders on the far side of the racetrack. We'll see them pop back into view through the trees. There they come as they navigate that big sweeping off camber before they drop down into the woods. Then they'll pop back into view and rush down that hill. Just a single shot today instead of the split lane. Here comes your leader. There comes second. It looks like it is Hicks, followed by Klauser and Gepford. Then I believe that's Skylar Corbin, 4th on the track, leading the B class. Up and over the triple in front of the Lincoln Trail sign, it is the rider out of Fenton, Missouri, the 460 of Michael Hicks. As mentioned, your college 18 to 24 Loretta Lynn's amateur national champion. Giancarlo Klauser runs second. Gepford in the number 3 spot. Then it's Corbin leading the B class. Corbin's followed by Dalton Whitaker out of Fairfield Towns, Ohio. Jacob McGee and Kinzer Medler rounding out the field. We'll get a rundown on lap times once they have 2 laps in the books. As always, you can go to liveviewtiming.com on your cell phone or your tablet. Click on live results. You can follow everything as it happens along with the live announcer feed. You can also go to 88.7 on your FM dial. Hicks dropping down the hill one more time. Popping back into view. Here he comes. Hicks, sponsored by Big St. Charles Motorsports. Klauser and Gepford pretty close together in that battle for second. Here comes Skylar Corbin leading the B class. All right, 2 down, 2 to go for Michael Hicks. Hicks at a 2:04 lap time. Klauser out of Auburn, Oklahoma, running in the number 2 spot. Sponsored by Clouser Auto Repair, Game Moto, Hall Cycles, Hoosier Tire, Factory Connection, Navic Gloves, and 365 Gear. And Getford in that number 3 spot out of Decatur, Illinois, sponsored by Hall Cycles, Dunlop, Phyllis Bloom, TH Racing, 100%, Maxima, Moto X Vest, and Decal MX. Race 3, 50 senior, 50 junior, making their way onto the starting line. Michael Hicks on the far side of the track over the double-doubles. There comes Clouser and Getford. And there's Hicks around that sweeping off camber. He'll drop down into the woods one more time. Don't forget, over at Zach's Snack Shack, plenty of warm things to drink. I know they had coffee and hot chocolate yesterday. I'm sure they have the same today. So keep your hands warm and you warm inside with some coffee or hot chocolate. Getford creeping up on the backside of Clouser. And Michael Hicks coming through in front of us by the Lincoln Trail sign. It'll be white flag flying for the rider out of Fenton, Missouri. All right, Michael Hicks dropping down into the woods. And back into view through that downhill, up and over that step-up tabletop. Skylar Corbin leading the way in the B class. Dalton Whitaker running in the number 2 spot. Blake Anderson in 3rd. All right, checkered flag flying for 460, Michael Hicks. Clouser coming home in 2nd. Getford come home in that number 3 spot. And coming through the rollers in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. 1 corner to go for the 227 of Skylar Corbin, looking to pick up the win in the B class. All right, 23 riders in 50 senior, another 20 in our 50 junior class. The 58 of Owen Scholl making his final appearances in the 50 class, having a dominating year here at Lincoln Trail in our Fly Showdown series. He's aged out of that class after this race season, be on 65s and beyond as they head into the first turn. As usual, it looks like the 94 of Colin Vasquez with the hole shot. Owen Scholl hanging off the rear fender, pulling up beside him as they head into turn 2. Scholl now out front as they come over the drop-off into turn 3. Scholl sponsored by Oil City Cycles, Epoch Energy LLC, Get Sideways, and of course, Mom, Dad, Grandma, and Grandpa. All right, here we go with the juniors. On the gate next, race number 4, 40A, 40BC, and 60 plus. In staging, we should have race 5, 85 open. And in our other staging chute, we should have race number 6, 14 to 24, and 125s. Owen Scholl leading the way in the 50 senior class. Owen, as I mentioned, 8 wins on the season, sits 52 points ahead of the 94 Colin Vasquez. Really tight battle in the 50 junior class. 4 riders, all with the chance to earn that Fly Showdown Series title. 913 of Mitchell Powell sitting out front. 19 points up on the 210 of Cooper Houghton. 2 points back of Cooper in the number 3 spot. It's the 414 of Brentley Collier. And just 2 points behind Brentley in 4th, it's the 010 of Cole Pristach. 23 points separating those top 4 in the 50 junior class. All right, coming through the Lincoln Trail Rollers, getting ready to pick up the white flag. It's the 58 of Owen Scholl. Right now. White flag flying for Owen Scholl. In the junior class, they'll be coming around to pick up the white flag here in just a moment. It was a 210 of Cooper Houghton leading the way over Bo Smith and Jax Baker. Powell was sitting in the number 6 spot. Pristach in 10th. Remember, on the Fly Showdown Series, you have to have in 8 series races to qualify, and then we will take the top 10 out of 11 finishes. So you have one bad race, you get to throw it out. So for those that raced all 11 rounds, that could definitely play into the overall. If your rider in second had a much worse finish than your rider in first, we could end up with a swap. Your leader, Owen Scholl, up and over that step-up tabletop. He's going to come through the switchback. Here he comes over the triple jump in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. I'm behind. Checkered flag flying. Owen Scholl already picked up the win. That was Colin Vasquez that I caught coming through the rollers. All right, 40A, 40BC, and 60 plus on the gate. 3 riders in 40A, 18 in 40BC, and another 6 in our 60 plus class. Brad Kopshow with a lock on the Fly Showdown Series title in 40A. Same for Steve Sipe in 40BC. Lyndon Campbell in 60 plus, 73 points up on Wayne Merrill with 4 wins on the season. Lyndon Campbell lined up here on the far outside. Lyndon definitely puts in the time here at the racetrack, racing our 60 plus class, our 50 plus BC, our open 2-stroke, and our vintage. All of that at over the age of 60. Definitely having fun out here on the moto track. Lyndon out of Fairview Heights, Illinois on the Yamaha. Want to give a huge shout out to all of those that support us here for the Fly Showdown series. Obviously kicking it off with Fly Racing. Professional grade apparel and hard parts established back in 1998. Fly Racing has quickly developed into the fastest growing power sports apparel brand in North America. Their products are distributed in over 40 countries worldwide, including our pro shop where you can find the 2021 Fly gear. Make sure you check it out. Here we go, 40A. Second drop will be 40 BC and 60 plus. All right, here we go. Lyndon Campbell on the far outside. All right, tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Giancarlo Klauser, we have half of your right side number plate here at the finish line. Giancarlo Klauser, we have the bottom half of the number plate off of your Husky here at the finish line. All right, on the gate next, race 5, 85 open. It's a full gate. In staging, we should have race 6, 14 to 24 in 125s. And in our odd staging lane, we should have race 7, 65 open. Back in the pits, getting ready to go, should be race number 8, vintage and women. Leaders heading this direction. Leading the way, it's the 615 of Jason Hendricks. Running in the number 2 spot, it's the 894 of Michael Heingartner. Leading the way in the 40 BC class, it's a 78 of Frederick Griffith. Running in the number 2 spot, out of Casey, it's the 142 of Patrick Brazier. Got to take a moment to thank Patrick and all the support from Bolin Transport. Bolin, the official fuel supplier here at Lincoln Trail, keeping all of our machinery out on the track, allowing us to keep track conditions as good as we like them to be. Also, the official distributor of our Sunoco race fuels. Make sure you go to the pro shop and check out the full line of Sunoco fuels. Your leaders up and over that step-up tabletop. They'll hit the switchback and then come over the triple in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Hendricks still with a few bike lengths over Heingartner, running in second. Two down and two to go for Jason Hendricks. Rider about 20 miles away from Marshall, Illinois. Third on the track and leading the 40 BC class out of Clarksville, Tennessee. It's a 78 of Frederick Griffith. Coming through next, it's the 200 of Brad Kopp Show. Then it's the 142 of Pat Brazier and the 854 of Preston Nelson. Then we've got the 518 of John Whitaker, the 14 of James Hill, 820 Jason Gerling, and the 63 of Adam Rakowski. .102 Lyndon Campbell comes through. Campbell leading the way in the 60-plus class. Andy Koistra running in the number 2 spot. Chuck Nice up to third. All right, white flag flying for Jason Hendricks, leading the 40A class. Over the 894 of Heingartner and the 200 of Kopp Show. Griffith still leading the way in 40 BC. Preston Nelson in second, Pat Brazier in third. John Whitaker in fourth, Jason Gerling rounding out the top 5. White flag flying for the 102 of Lyndon Campbell, leading the way in 60 plus. All right, your leader, 615, Jason Hendricks, coming around to pick up the checkered flag. Hendricks picks up the first moto win here in 40A. Griffith come home second on the track and pick up the win in 40 BC. Coming home second in 40A, it's going to be the 894 Michael Heingartner. In our 85 open class, it's on the gate next. Just 25 points separating your top two in the Fly Showdown series. Travis Tucker holding on to that lead with 308 points. He'll be on the number 79 KTM. The rider in second on the Suzuki 324, Jackson Elliott. Elliott just 25 points back. "41 riders on the gate. It is full." In our 85 open class. As mentioned, Travis Tucker out there out of Murray, Kentucky. Sponsored by Motorsports MD, TMM, NXT Gear, Race Program, Thor, Motocross Vest, Dunlop, TCX, D's Cleaning, Elusive Gloves, and Atlas. And the 324, Jackson Elliott out of Carmel, Indiana. Dakota Baker out there out of Martinsville, Indiana. On the KTM, Nate Beerbaum out there. We've got Luke Brown in the house out of Scottsburg, Indiana. Blake Fearnow is out there. Blake looking good last night on the pit bike track. All right, 41 riders on the gate in our 85 open class. All right, here we go. Dakota Baker, that yellow helmet, yellow gear, gonna lead him in and out with the hole shot. Looks like Tucker running in the number 2 spot. All right, on the gate next, it's race number 6, 14 to 24 and 125s. In the odd staging lane should be race 7, 65 open. In our even staging lane, it would be race number 8, vintage and women. And back in the pits, getting ready to go, should be race number 9, 50cc open. All right, leaders coming through. 1 lap in the books. Dakota Baker leads the way. It looks like Luke Brown running in the number 2 spot. Tucker in 3rd. Then it's Beerbaum in the number 4 spot. Two down, 2 to go for Dakota Baker. Still with a few bike links over the 698 of Brown. Tucker in 3rd, Beerbaum 4th. All right, your leaders working their way towards the white flag, coming up through the field. Baker still holding down that lead, but getting some pressure from the 698 of Luke Brown as they head into the first turn. Baker with just 1.3 seconds up on Luke Brown. Brown was a full second faster that last lap. So as they work their way through traffic, could definitely get interesting here on this last lap. Tucker still sits in third, Beerbaum fourth, Ethan Burns in fifth, Mason Burns in sixth. Then it's Gunnar Hakila seventh, Hannah Sipe in eighth, Jackson Schiller in ninth. And rounding out the top 10, it's Hunter Hudnall. All right, there's Dakota Baker, there's Luke Brown. They're working their way through traffic as they get ready to drop down the hill. Couple of bikes in between Baker and Brown. All right, here they come. Here's Baker, there's Brown. Up and over that step-up tabletop. All right, through the Lincoln Trail Rollers. One final time. It's the rider out of Martinsville, Indiana on the number 165. Checkered flag is flying for Dakota Baker. Luke Brown will come home second. Beerbaum worked his way into third around Travis Tucker, who comes home in fourth. And rounding out the top five, it'll be the 44 of Ethan Burns. Mic check. All right, here we go with race number 6. 14 to 24 will be first drop. Second drop will be our 125s. 13 riders in the 14 to 24, another 15 in the 125 class. Here we go. It's going to be the 66 of Cade Rennick with the hole shot. All right, here we go with the 125s. Rowdy Perkins on the far outside. Tegan Dowers right next to him on that neon yellow Husky. Both of them going to try to sweep around the outside. It's Dowers with the Holy, but he's going to get past as they head up the hill. Dowers running in that number 2 spot as they work their way around turn number 3. All right, on the gate next, it's race number 7, 65 open. In even staging, we should have race 8, vintage and women. In odd staging, should be race number 9, 50 open. And back in the pits, getting ready to go, should be race number 10, Super Mini. '66 of Cade Rennick leading the way. Wings on the back of his jersey. With all this wind, I don't know if that's a good idea or not to have wings on your jersey. Your leader, 66, Cade Rennick on the Honda, dropping down the hill. He'll pop back into view over that tabletop out of the woods. Come flying down that straightaway into that tight turn. Here he comes. That's the rider out of Canby, Indiana. Earlier this year, had the honor of having Cade here on our Independence Day weekend. He played the national anthem for us live on his guitar. That was pretty cool. Up and over the triple jump in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Sitting in the number 2 spot, it's the 14 of Cade Blackney. Eric Navel runs third. Braden Burton fourth, and Dalton Shoulders rounds out the top 5 in 14 to 24. Adam Holland leading the way in the 125s with Blake Anderson second, Jake Colbert third, Preston Leaf in fourth, Rowdy Perkins rounding out the top 5. Speaking of Perkins, he's holding on to that Fly Showdown Series points lead. 57 points up on the 23 of Colton Gillen. And Eric Navel sitting 24 points up in our 14 to 24 class. Over the 160 of Gavin Klinko. Klinko having some issues here in moto number 1, currently sitting in 13th. White flag flying for Cade Rennick. As mentioned yesterday, we had a 2021 Honda 450 in the house. He's getting ready to come across, picking up the white flag. That's the 14 of Cade Blackney out of Hernando, Mississippi. Actually saw 2 of those new Honda 450s out on the track earlier today. All right, checkered flag getting ready to fly for the 66 of Cade Rennick. He picks up Moto 1 here in 14 to 24. Coming home second in 14-24, it's 2:44 Eric Naval. Brayton Burton rounded out the podium in third. All right, here we go. Race 7, 65 open, 32 racers on the gate. Mason Houghton hanging on to a 27-point lead over Callie Sutton. Here they go. All right, on the gate next, it'll be race number 8. That is our vintage and women. Race number 9 should be in staging. That is 50 open. In the even shoot should be race 10 Super Mini. And back in the pits now, getting ready to go, should be race number 11, 25A, 25BC, 50A, and 50BC. All right, 65 leaders cutting across. They will not go down the hill, just a little bit too soft and too deep back there. So our 65s and 50s will cut across. Leaders up and over that step-up tabletop. Leading the way, it is the 110 of Mason Houghton. Mason, the rider out of Harrisburg, Illinois. Running in second, it's the 160 of Colton Waits out of Troy, Ohio. Tom Liberta sits in third, Jackson Potoshnik in fourth. Then it's Conrad Zabik in fifth, Colton Cornwell in sixth. Callie Sutton sits seventh, Bo Lookabill eighth, Dylan Fodge in ninth. And rounding out the top 10, it is Owen Scholl. Your leader working back through the switchback, come up and over the triple in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Looking at 2 down and 2 to go for the 110 of Mason Houghton. Colton Waits still running in second. Liberta still in third, Patoshnik fourth. Then it's Zabek, Cornwell, Sutton in 5th, 6th, and 7th. Dylan Fodge up to 8th. Bo Lookabill drops a spot to 9th, and Owen Scholl still holding on to that top 10 ride. In 11th, it's Reed Jackson. 12th is Mav Snyder. 13th, Colton Clodfelder. 14th is Braden Cox. 15th, Adam Williams. 16th, Caleb Miller. 17th is Cody Sipe. 18th, Colton Chaplin. In 19th, it's Dylan Buchanan. And rounding out the top 20, it's Newt Campbell. All right, your leader coming down the hill again. Coming through the rollers, it's Mason Houghton. It looks like Colton Waits picking up a little bit of ground that last lap. It was about 6 seconds. The lead now down to just 3.9. Colton Waits 2 seconds faster than your leader on that last lap, and your leader was running his normal lap times, so no issues for Houghton. It's just that Colton Waits definitely found a couple extra seconds out there on the racetrack with a 2:21. They're getting ready to work their way up and over that tabletop and down that long stretch of rollers along the bomber pits. Coming over the double-double. They'll navigate that off-camber section with a couple of tabletops before they have that big sweeping off-camber and then blend back into the downhill. Here comes Houghton. There comes Waits. One rider just crashed hard. All right, Your leader, the 110 of Mason Houghton in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Here comes the 160 of Colton Waits. Checkered flag will be flying. Picking up the win. It's going to be the 110 of Mason Houghton. Just 2.9 seconds is what the gap was at the finish over the 160 of Colton Waits. Tom Liberta ends up in third, Patoshnik fourth. Rounding out the top five, it is going to be the 43 of Conrad Zabek. All right, race number 8 on the gate. That is Vintage and Women. In our women's class, Hannah Sipe hanging on to a 31-point lead over Danny Troop in our Fly Showdown Series points. And in our vintage class, Travis Arnold just 12 points up on the 102 of Lyndon Campbell. Travis with 5 wins on the year. Finished second at our last Showdown Series race. He and Lyndon Campbell out there ready to do battle. Last race, I believe it was the 928 of Sean Kelly that picked up the win. Sean's also out there, along with Scott Justice, David Lovelace, Johnny Byrne, Jordan Lake, Jacob Hembrough, Jose Sanchez, Pat Brazier, and Chris Navel. And in the women's class, Hannah Sipe and Danny Troop, as mentioned, along with the 94 of Emma Chaplin. Once again, want to give a big shout out to all of our 2020 track sponsors: Fly Racing, AGMX, Do More Equipment, Bolin Transport, Sunoco Race Fuels, Bel-Ray, Thompson's Motorsport, Sunstar 100%, and Active MX. Mic check 1, 2. All right, here we go. All right, there go the vintage riders. Four wide coming out of the first turn. Women's class all lined up to the left side of the start box. Danny Troop, Emma Chaplin, and then Hannah Sipe on the far inside. Hannah Sipe on her 125. Chaplin on the Honda 4-stroke 150, and then Danny Troop on her Super Mini. On the gate next, race number 9, 50cc Open, 36 riders in the class. Race 10 should be in the even lane of staging. That is Super Mini. Race 11 should be in the odd lane of staging. That is 25A, 25BC, 50A, and 50BC. And getting ready to go back in the pit should be race number 12, 65 Senior, 65 Junior. Looks like 75 Travis Arnold leading the way in the vintage class. He's on that RM 250 two-stroke. Travis out of Troy, Illinois. Running in second, it's the 32 of Johnny Byrne out of Niles, Illinois. Then it's the 142 of Pat Brazier. Pat, sponsored by Bolin Transport and Sunoco Race Fuels. Running in fourth, it's a 25 of David Lovelace. Then it's the 928 of Sean Kelly. Then it's the 102 of Lyndon Campbell, the 117 of Sanchez, the 89 of Hembro. Hannah Sipe coming through, leading the way in the women's class. And it's the 45 of Jordan Lake out there on the old school, late 1980s, I believe, probably 89, maybe a 1990 Honda CR500. Danny Troop up to second in the women's class. Emma Chaplin running in third. AGMX, one of our track sponsors out of Highland, Illinois. From marketing collateral to vehicle wraps, we can tackle all of your advertising needs. Let our team maximize the potential of your company with our aggressive skill set. At Aggressive, we specialize in branding, vehicle wraps, motocross graphics, jersey prints, wall murals, banners, business cards, logo design, yard signs, magnets, and race car wraps. Let us make your vision a reality. That's AGMX. Your leaders Up and over the triple jump in front of the Lincoln Trail sign one more time. It is the 75 of Travis Arnold. With a few bike links over the 32 of Johnny Byrne and the 25 of David Lovelace now into the number 3 spot. It'll be 2 down and 2 to go. Got a battle brewing for the lead as they head out of 1 into 2. Johnny Byrne and Travis Arnold. Leaders up and over the tabletop, heading through those rollers along the bomber pits. They'll make that tight right-hand turn and hit those 2 sets of doubles. There's Arnold. There's Byrne. Byrne now on the rear tire of Arnold as they start that tight switchback section. Couple of tabletops and that long off-camber sweeping turn before they drop down the hill into the woods. Right there they are, almost side by side, Arnold and Byrne. All right, leader's going to have Emma Chaplin in front of them as they get ready to come around for the white flag. Arnold with a small lead over Johnny Byrne. Here comes Arnold. Here comes Byrne past the Lincoln Trail sign. Behind them in third, it's the 25 of David Lovelace. White flag is flying. 1 lap to go here in Vintage. Your leaders heading towards the first turn, Byrne and Arnold. Johnny Byrne with a nice drive through those rollers, going to take the inside line around Travis Arnold. Your new leader over the drop-off is the 32 of Johnny Byrne. Through the rollers they go, almost side by side again. They'll take that tight right-hander. Here they come over the double-doubles, Johnny Byrne and Travis Arnold. They're going to have a couple of slower riders in front of them as they drop down into the woods and come back into view. Yellow flag flying. I'm not sure if it was one of the leaders that went down or one of the lappers, but yellow flag is flying. Here comes your leaders. It looks like Travis Arnold has came back out of the woods with the lead. Johnny Byrne on his rear fender. They're going to hit that switchback. Now they're at the Lincoln Trail triple jump in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Byrne through the rollers trying to pick up some momentum on Arnold as they race towards the checkered flag. This will be checkered flag, Chris. Checkered flag. All right, checkered flag flying. The winner, I believe it was Arnold. Coming home second, Johnny Byrne. Third to David Lovelace. Jimmy, you got a copy, Jimmy? All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Over on the P-Dub track, there was a cell phone that was found. We have it here at the finish line area if you're missing your cell phone. All right, here we go, 50 open. Once again, the whole shot master, Colin Vasquez, leading the way. On the gate next is race number 10, Super Mini. In the odd lane of staging should be race 11, 25A, 25BC, 50A, 50BC. Into the even lane would be race 12, 65 Senior, 65 Junior. And back in the pits getting ready to go should be race number 13, Mini E and 50 Pee-wee. Leaders coming down the hill. Out front, it is the 58, of Owen Scholl. Colin Vasquez on the 94 runs in second. In third, it's the 7 of Clarkson Hagen. In the number 4 spot, it's 414 Brentley Collier. In fifth, it is the 817 of Leland Anderson. In sixth, it is the 122 of Cohen Lane, followed by the 720 of Reed East, the 913 of Weston Crisp, the 99 of Jax Baker, and the 210 of Cooper Houghton, rounding out the top 10. Our Fly Showdown Series points here in 50 open. Owen Scholl, 10 races in the series, sitting with 9 wins and a second. 2 points away from a perfect score at 398 points. The real battle is behind him for second. Colin Vasquez currently holding on to second by 1 point over Weston Crisp. Two down, 2 to go for Owen Scholl as he comes across the start line heading into turn 1. Vasquez across the finish line in second. And it's Clarkson Hagen still hanging on to third. Collier fourth. Anderson rounding out the top 5. Your leader, Owen Scholl, up and over the triple jump in front of the Lincoln Trail sign, going to work his way through 3 different riders coming in and out of those rollers. It'll be white flag flying as he comes around this time. One lap to go for the rider out of Casey, Illinois. Sponsored by Oil City Cycles, Epoch Energy, Get Sideways. And Mom and Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. Congratulations again to Kristen and Kevin Scholl as they are expecting little Scholl number 3. All right, not racing with us today, but also want to throw out a happy birthday to Jackson Fritsch. I heard the Fritzes were in the house, so happy birthday, Jackson. All right, up and over the step-up tabletop one final time. Coming in and out of that switchback. And in front of the Lincoln Trail sign, it's the 58 of Owen Scholl. He'll be picking up the checkered flag here in 50 open. Colin Vasquez comes home in the number 2 spot. Rounding out the podium, it's number 7, Clarkson Hagen. Up next, race 10, Super Mini, 15 riders on the line. We got the 4/ of Mason Burns, a 4 of Hayden Grissom, 5 Warren Clayball, 19 Bryson Gerling, 21 Hugh Luddington, 27 Christian Yannick, 31 Blake Dodson, 77 Charlie Luddington, 105 Jack Dawson, 324 Jackson Elliott, 338 Coben Kimmel, 478 Brennan Puckett, 519 Ethan Metcalf, 524 Asher Neiman, and 738 Gavin Locke. Want to give a shout out to Do More Equipment, one of our track sponsors. I know we saw Drew out on the skid steer quite a bit yesterday with that Duragrader on the front of the skid steer. Not only using it to smooth out parts of the track, but also to scrape off a lot of mud. Do More has manufactured high-quality, groundbreaking solutions for over 40 years. Our industry-leading Duragraders are the industry's first multi-blade grading attachment and are the only graders on the market that allow for blade angle and pitch adjustment. Make your skid steer or tractor the ultimate machine with the Do More Duragrader lineup. From start to finish, you'll see the Do More difference. I know last night I was watching Drew out there performing his magic with that Duragrader on the front of it, bringing this whole bomber track back into shape before they started throwing down some water, and then Tim hit it with the Pottinger Power Harrow. All right, here we go, Super Mini. Christian Yannick on the far inside. He'll lead him coming out of the first turn. All right, on the gate next, race 11, 25A, 25BC, 50A, and 50BC. In the even staging lane should be 65 senior, 65 junior. That's race 12. In the odd staging lane should be race 13, Mini E and 50 Pee Wee. And back in the pits getting ready to go should be race number 14. That is 250C and open two-stroke. Your leader, 27, Christian Yannick, dropping down the hill. He'll navigate those deep ruts down at that creek bottom. work his way back up and over the tabletop into view down this long downhill straightaway. Up and over that step-up tabletop and in and out of that switchback before he hits the triple jump right now, and then through the Lincoln Trail rollers. As mentioned before, Christian finished on the podium at Loretta's in the Mini Senior 1 and Mini Senior 2 class this year. One lap in the books as he comes across the start straight. Coben Kimmel sits in second, Metcalf third. Then it's Clayball in fourth, Ludington fifth, Dodson sixth. Fly Showdown Series points as they run in Super Mini. Blake Dotson holding on to that lead. 41 points up on the 519 to Ethan Metcalf. Christian Yannick flying down the hill. On his Monster Energy Team Green ride with a monster lead out there as he comes across in front of the Lincoln Trail sign one more time. It'll be 2 down and 2 to go for the rider out of Oaklawn, Illinois. Yesterday on our prepped practice, Christian was running out there with the AB class and definitely holding his own on the Super Mini as he was putting in some practice laps. Along the Bomber Pits rollers now, held that tight right-hander. One set of doubles, next set of doubles. Now that long sweeping off camber before he drops down into the woods one more time. All right. Here he comes in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. It'll be white flag flying this time by. Christian at a 2:07 flat on that last lap. Sitting up over 30 seconds on the rest of the field. Coben Kimmel still holding on to second. 46 seconds back of your leader, Christian Yannick. Metcalf holding on to third, Burns fourth, Dodson fifth. Then it is Clayball in sixth. Both the Lettingtons in seventh and eighth, Hugh over Charlie. Ninth is Jackson Elliott, rounding out the top 10, Brennan Puckett. All right, coming around one final time. Checkered flag will be flying for Christian Yannick. All right, as mentioned, race 11 on the gate, ready to go next. 25A, 25BC, 50A, 50BC. With us in the house in the 25A class, it's the 120 at Dylan Cox out of Whitesville, Kentucky. Dylan finished 14th overall at Loretta's in the 25 plus class this year. Dylan, sponsored by Full Potential Motocross Training, has a huge setup in the classic track pits. Rode by there last night, had a bunch of Halloween costumes and trick-or-treating going on. Definitely looked like a fun time over at the Full Potential setup. He's out there in 25A with Giancarlo Klauser and Jason Henninger. 9 riders in the BC class. All right, here we go. In the BC class, it looks like Aaron Whalen holding on to a 13-point lead over Andrew Folden in that Fly Showdown Series battle. 50A, 50BC will go next. In 50A, it's Brad Kopshow with a commanding lead in Fly Showdown Series, as well as Lyndon Campbell in 50BC. Lyndon 63 points up on Doug Browning with 3 wins on the year. And it looks like Browning not in the house with us this weekend. All right, on the gate next is race 12, 65 senior, 65 junior. In odd staging should be race number 13. That is Mini E and 50 Pee Wee. In the even staging lane should be race number 14. That's 250C and open two-stroke. And back in the pits getting ready to go should be race 15, open A and open B. All right, leaders heading this way. We got 2 white Huskies and a white KTM. Klauser leading the way, Cox running second, and Hettinger in third. Kentucky, Oklahoma, and Ohio leading the way here in Illinois. Cox and Klauser side by side as they head into the first turn. Who's going to give an inch? Nobody. But making the move on the inside is Dylan Cox taking over the lead as they go in and out of turn 2. Klauser going to sweep back around the outside over the drop-off. They're still running side by side as they go into that off-camber section. They'll be coming up and over the tabletop and through those Bomber Pits rollers here in just a moment. There they go. All right, your leaders dropping down the hill one more time. Looks like it is the 120 of Dylan Cox leading the way over the 322 of Giancarlo Klauser. Then it is the 324 of Jason Henninger. 2 down, 2 to go. Got a freight train of riders coming through in the 25 BC class. They come across the stripe. Taking over the lead, it's a 989 of Andrew Folan. The 10 of Aaron Whalen runs second. Trevette Scales in third. Hamer goes from first to fourth. The 11 of Dan Ryder leading the way in 50A over Ray Dawson and Brad Copshow. Rodney Merrill was leading the way in 50BC over Lyndon Campbell and Harold Stalker. White flag flying for Dylan Cox. He's still being followed by Klauser and Hettinger, second and third in the 25A class. White flag flying in 25 BC. Folden holding on to the lead, but Trevette Scales now into second. Scales just 1.2 seconds back and the fastest rider on the track in 25 BC. Whalen falls to third. Scales pulling up alongside Folden as they go in and out of that big sweeping turn number 3. Meanwhile, in front of the Lincoln Trail sign one final time, it's the rider out of Whitesville, Kentucky. Checkered flag is flying for 120, Dylan Cox. As they come down the hill, it looks like the 15 of Trevette Scales has taken over the lead in 25 BC. Folden second, and it looks like Whalen right on the rear fender of Folden. As they come up and over the triple jump in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Whalen going to try to make a move here on Folden at the finish. Folden may go from first to third. Checkered flag is out. Scales picks up the moto win in 25 BC. Yeah, and Whalen comes across second. Folden lost 4 seconds on that last lap. Goes from first to third. Just 2.5 seconds ended up separating the top 3. All right, here we go with 65 senior. 15 in the senior class, 30 in the juniors. All right, seniors off and running over the drop-off heading into turn 3. Here we go with the juniors. All right, on the gate next is race 13, Mini E and 50 Pee-wee. In our even staging lane should be race 14, 250C and open two-stroke. In the odd staging lane should be race 15, open A and open B. And back in the pits getting ready to go should be race 16, open beginner. Your leaders around that off-camber sweeping turn before they cut back across and head down the hill into that tight turn before the step-up tabletop. Top 3 pretty close together. Oh, your third-place rider goes down, collects the fourth-place rider with him right at the base of that step-up tabletop. Leaders in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Leading the way, it's a 452 of Matthew Alshaus. Running in second, it's the 160 of Colton Waits. Now into the number 3 spot. It's the 89 of Adam Williams, followed by the 22 of Braden Cox and the 08 of Cannon Martin. We'll get a rundown on the juniors here in just a moment. And the juniors leading the way, it's number 10, Tom Liberta, followed by 16, Jackson Potashniks. The ex of Mav Snyder sits third. Reed Jackson in fourth, Owen Scholl rounding out the top 5. Then it's Colton Chaplin, Callie Sutton, Dylan Fodge, Cody Sipe, and Colton Clodfelder rounding out the top 10. All right, your leaders coming through the rollers in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Colton Waits now all over the rear tire of Matthew Alshaus. It'll be 2 down and 2 to go. As they come across the finish and head towards the first turn. In the juniors, Tom Liberta still leading the way over Jackson Potoshnik. Mav Snyder third. Reed Jackson fourth. Owen Schull fifth. Got a rider down after the Lincoln Trail Rollers. Bike in the middle of the track. Riders waving. We need EMTs. We also have another rider down in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Bike on the track. All right, white flag flying for the 452 of Matthew Alshaus. Colton Wade still holding on to second. Tom Liberta picks up the white flag in the juniors over Jackson Potoshnik as they go in and out of the first turn. All right, your senior leaders, Matthew Alshaus and Colton Waits, coming around to pick up the checkered flag. Waits picks up the win. Looks like Matthew Alshaus had some issues there in that final turn. He'll end up in the number 2 spot. Liberta picks up the win in the juniors, followed by Potoshnik. All right, attention in the pits. We found another cell phone. Believe it belongs to a 112, racer number 112, possibly from the 50 class. Ryan, where's the cell phone? Is it here at the finish? Start line? If it belongs to a 112 from the 50 class, they might be on the gate right this second. So we've got a 112 in this class. Okay, gotcha. All right, once again, found a cell phone. At the starting line. Believe it belongs to some folks named Robinson. Race 13, Mini E and 50 Pee-wee, ready to go next. We got one Mini E racer and 28 in the Pee-wee class. Our 50 Pee-wee points leader is a 010 of Cole Pristach. 49 points up on the 499 of Bo Smith. Both of them out there doing battle today. On the gate next is race 14, 250C and open two-stroke. In odd staging, we should have race 15, open A, open B. In our even staging should be race 16, open beginner. And back in the pits getting ready to go should be 85 senior and 85 junior. Remember, it's 50 parents or guardians only out on the racetrack. No little ones under the age of 16 and no pets. There's a guy with a dog out in the middle of the track by the second pond. All right, your leaders coming down the hill. I should say your leader, quite a bit of a lead that they go up and over that step-up tabletop. Second place rider. Coming around that tight turn, now heading up and over the step-up tabletop. Your leader temporarily has went down, but they're remounted, navigating those ruts through that switchback. Up and over the triple jump in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Out front it is the 499 of Bo Smith. Running in second It's the 99 of Jax Baker. Running in third, it is 010 of Cole Pristach. Once again, want to give a huge shout out to all of our 2020 track sponsors. Fly Racing and Western Power Sports, Aggressive Graphics, AGMX, Do More Equipment, Bolin Transport, Sunoco Race Fuels, Bell Ray, Thompson's Motorsport, Sunstar, 100%, and Active MX. Don't forget to go visit Zach's Snack Shack. That's a big orange concessions trailer across from the Pro Shop. And speaking of the Pro Shop, all kinds of 2021 fly gear on hand, along with a full supply of 100% goggles and tear-offs, fly racing goggles, Scott goggles, a whole line of Maxima products, chains, sprockets, tires, all kinds of Dunlop tires in there, Sunoco Race Fuels. Definitely stocked up on hoodies in all sizes and colors. Make sure you go check out all the Lincoln Trail hoodies. All right, we got a battle brewing for the lead as they head into turn one. Bo Smith leading the way over Jax Baker. Keep an eye out on all of our social media pages, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter for updates on any and all prepped practices that might be happening the rest of the year, along with announcements for the Fly Showdown Series banquet that is scheduled for December the 12th, with announcements of all of the award winners. Zoe Wilhelms coming across the finish line on her KTM. She rocked it out again last night in the girls Stasic class, picking up the win on the pit bike track last night. Tons of fun last night with the trick-or-treating and the costume contest, and of course, the piñatas. Lots of fun with the kids and the adults. Leader coming through the rollers. That's Bo Smith going to be picking up the white flag. I believe Jax Baker got hung up in a rut in that switchback, still running in the number 2 spot, but coming in front of the Lincoln Trail sign right now, quite a ways back. White flag is flying for 499, Bo Smith. Official rider count for today. Two entries on the day today. That's 562 different opportunities to go home with that Mattoon Power Sports SSR 110 pit bike that will be given away a little bit later this afternoon. Pit bike giveaway number 11 on the year. It'd be interesting to see what the folks at Lincoln Trail come up with for next year. This year it was 11 different pit bikes. Last year it was 2 KLX 110s and a CRF 50. The year before that it was a brand new YZ 125. '21 coming up next. Before you know it, we'll be having a snowflake shootout in late February. Your leader coming through the Lincoln Trail sign rollers one final time. It's the orange helmet, rocked out by the 499 of Bo Smith. Checkered flag about ready to fly. And there's the checkered flag. Bo Smith picks up the win. On the gate next is race 14, 250C, an open two-stroke. In our 250C class, 3 riders with an opportunity to capture that Fly Showdown Series title. Currently, it's Dalton Height leading the way, up 24 points over the 121 of Mason Hart. The person on the outside looking in, 33 points back, is the 623 of Reese Barna. Barna with 2 wins on the year, including the last race. Definitely the rider on the move. Last race, Dalton Height came home 3rd, and Mason Hart was 5th. Be on the lookout for those 3 riders coming up next. In our open two-stroke, it's Lyndon Campbell all the way for Fly Showdown Series points. 22 riders in the 250C class. As mentioned, Reese Barna, Mason Hart, and Dalton Height all in the field. Also in the house with us this weekend, it's been out for a few weekends, rocking the new number that he had at Loretta's, and he came home with an 11th overall in the 250C class out of Boonville, Indiana. It's Racing Mason Lutz on the line with us. Also in the 250C class, we have the 4 of Jake Sheldon, the 7 of Lake Green, 7 Slash Toby Smith, 47 Cole Roberts, 48 Noah Kemp, 63 Joseph Orkowski, 77 Jackson Reed, 122 Austin Steele, 122 Slash Dylan Bible, 125 Nolan Wright, 127 Xavier Kopshow, 203 Braden Burton, 276 Dylan Davis, 338 Coben Kimmel, 488 Derek Stutz, 491 Dylan Phelps, 562 Brock Desereau, and 778 Ryan Petrosky. In the open two-strokes, along with Lyndon Campbell, we have 57 Ethan Hamill, 71 Connor Thompson, 75 Caleb Wells, and 714 Jordan Smith. All right, starter said point them down. Here we go. .250C, gates down. Lutz in the center of the track with the green hoodie. Mason going to come out running in 4th. Reese Barna sits in 2nd. I think that's Dylan Phelps with the hole shot. Barna now to the lead. Here we go with open two-stroke. It's going to be Connor Thompson with the lead. Caleb Wells coming out 2nd. Then it's Hamill in 3rd. On the gate next is race 15, Open A and Open B. In staging in the even lane should be race 16, Open Beginner. In the odd lane, race 17, 85 Senior, 85 Junior. And back in the pits, getting ready to go, should be race number 18. That is Schoolboy 2 and Open C. On the gate next in our Open A class, catch this. We have Loretta Lynn's Amateur National Champion for college 18 to 24, Michael Hicks, and your 30-plus third overall at Loretta Lynn's, Justin Kelly, both in the house with us this weekend, getting ready to battle it out in Open A coming up next. Meanwhile, up and over the triple in front of the Lincoln Trail sign, Reese Barna leading the way, but Mason Lutz coming up behind him in a hurry. Dalton Height runs in third, or was in third. Dylan Phelps right there with him. Here goes Lutz and Barna into the first turn. Phelps third, Height fourth, Bible in fifth, Kemp in sixth. Then it's Hart in seventh. Meanwhile, in and out of turn three, it's Barna and Lutz. Mason Lutz takes the lead over the step-up triple. They'll go in and out of that off-camber before they head down that long straightaway of rollers along the bomber pits. Lutz now starting to pull away through those rollers. Far side of the racetrack over the double-double. They'll hit this off-camber sweeper before they drop down into the woods. There goes Lutz. There goes Barna. Looked like Barna was carrying a little bit better speed around that off-camber. Gained a few bike lengths before they dropped down into the woods. Here they come into the long straightaway. This time by, it'll be 2 down and 2 to go. In front of the Lincoln Trail sign one more time. Lutz, the rider out of Boonville, Indiana. Barna, the rider out of Cayuga, Indiana. Pretty big gap over the rest of the field as third and beyond get ready to come across. It's Kemp now into third. Fourth is Phelps. Fifth, Bible. Sixth, I believe, let me just pull up LiveView timing. Yeah, Bible fifth, into sixth, Dylan Davis. Seventh, Dalton Height. Eighth, Coben Kimmel. Ninth is Cole Roberts. Rounding out the top 10 is Jake Sheldon. Caleb Wells leading the way in open two-stroke on his LiveView timing KTM. Connor Thompson sits in second. Ethan Hamill in third. All right, Lutz and Barna coming towards the Lincoln Trail sign. It'll be white flag this time by. Then comes Noah Kemp in third out of Scottsburg, Indiana. Indiana sweeping the podium right now. In fourth, it's Davis. Fifth, Bible. Sixth is Roberts. Seventh, Nolan Wright. Then it's Caleb Wells leading open two-stroke. Fastest lap of the race that last time for Mason Lutz at a 2:11. Now almost 7 seconds up on Reese Barna in third. He'll come in and out of the switchback one final time. Launch over the triple jump in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Scott 778, Ryan Petrosky right in front of him. Checkered flag is about to be flying for the 87 of Mason Lutz. Lutz picks up the moto win. Reese Barna comes home in second. And coming around to round out the podium and the Indiana sweep, it'll be the 48 of Noah Kemp. Caleb Wells picks up the moto win in open two-stroke. All right, up next, race 15, Open A. On the track, we're going to have the 21 of Derek Birkenkamp, 66 Cade Rennick, 71 Max Freezy, 200 Brad Kopshow, 322 Giancarlo Klauser, 460 Michael Hicks, 500 Jason Getford, and 904 Justin Kelly. In the Open B class, we have the slash of Cole Zabala, 102 Dalton Whitaker, 244 Eric Navel, and 922 Zach Piper. Open A, ready to go. Klauser with a great start. It'll be Giancarlo with the hole shot, followed by Freezy in second. All right, here goes the B class. Eric Navel on the far outside. He'll come out running in second. On the gate next, it's race 16, open beginner. In the odd shoot for staging, race 17, 85 junior, 85 senior. In the even shoot should be race 18, Schoolboy 2 and Open C. And back in the pits getting ready to go should be the final moto of the first round. That is the 50 shaft shifter beginner class. Your Open A leaders dropping down the hill. They'll pop back into view. We may have a new leader. All right, here they come. It is a new leader. Looks like it is the 460 of Michael Hicks leading the way through the rollers in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Klauser runs in second. In third, it is the 4 of Justin Kelly, all dressed up in his Halloween costume. Next through, it's Max Freese and Jason Gepford. Then it's Cade Rennick and Derek Birkenkamp. Yesterday during our prep practice, Justin Kelly was out there rocking a 2021 KX250. Today, back on the Hoosier Tires backed number 4 KX450. Your leader, Michael Hicks, dropping down the hill. Klauser follows, Kelly in third. Get a rundown on the lap times here as they come around to complete lap number 2. Hicks, his first moto time, I believe, best was at a 2:04. Here he comes across the stripe. Michael Hicks at a 2:01.6. Just about to break the 2-minute mark. Klauser second, Kelly third. Gotcha. That last time by, that was the fastest lap of the day recorded so far. Hicks is 2:01.6. Dylan Cox earlier in the day in 25A had a 2:01.8. Dylan Cox definitely out there flying around. Here comes Hicks. He'll be coming around to get the white flag as he goes up and over the step-up tabletop. Klauser still running in second. Kelly in third. Here comes Hicks over the triple jump in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. White flag's flying for the rider out of Fenton, Missouri. Let's see, Michael Hicks is racing north. The back of his motorcycle was headed west. The front of it was headed east. One lap to go. The multi-directional Michael Hicks. Sitting 7 seconds up on Klauser and 9 seconds up on Justin Kelly. Dylan Whitaker leading the way in the Open B class. Whitaker, the rider out of Fairfield Towns, Ohio. He picks up the white flag on his Yamaha. All right, Michael Hicks one final time up and over that infield tabletop. Looks like he's got the KTM on cruise control for Michael, that is. Through the Lincoln Trail Rollers one final time. He's got Brad Kopshow right in front of him. Checkered flag will be flying for the Big St. Charles Motorsports-backed rider out of Fenton, Missouri. Klauser comes home second. Taking a look down at the back of the Husqvarna. I don't know if it's a sprocket issue or a chain issue. Klauser definitely taking a look at his bike. Coming across next, it's Kelly and then Gepford. Race 16, Open Beginner, ready to go next. 32 riders on the gate. Showdown Series points in Open Beginner. Trevette Scales with a commanding lead. 7 wins on the year, including last Showdown Series. 222 of Luke Brinker sits in the number 2 spot in Showdown Series points. All right, here we go. Oh! Got a big wheeler out of the gate. Trying to get that teal and white KTM remounted. That's the 125 of Josiah Creech. One rider on the starting line still, kicking away on the bike just to the left of the start box. On the gate next is race number 17, 85 senior, 85 junior. In the even slot for staging would be race number 18, Open C and Schoolboy 2. In the odd shoot would be race 19, 50 shaft shifter beginner. And back in the pits getting ready to go will be race number 1. Which is 30A, 30B, C, and Schoolboy 1. Your open beginner leaders heading down the hill. They're going to pop back into view. Looks like Scales running in the number 2 spot. All right, out front, leading the way. It's the 777 of Logan Nance. Scales runs second. In third, it is 222 Luke Brinker. Fourth, it's the 7 of Brody Roan. Then it is the 127 of Peyton Westjohn. Behind Westjohn, it's the 23 of Mason Smith. Then it's the 12 of Gabe Smith. Behind the Smith brothers in 6th and 7th, it's William Powell in 8th, Andrew Hembrough 9th, and Justin Leichenring rounding out the top 10. Logan Nance dropping down the hill one more time, leading the group. There goes Trevette Scales. Oh, Nance with some issues on that step-up tabletop. Got sideways on the face of it, went around the outside of the jump. He's bouncing through the Lincoln Trail rollers now with us. Trevette Scales starting to pick up some ground in second. Seen a couple of riders now as they exit those rollers by the Lincoln Trail sign get all kinds of front end swap. Braking bumps getting pretty gnarly out on the racetrack. Brinker holding on to third. Fourth is still the 7 of Brody Roan. Fifth is the 127 of West John, and starting to creep up on the backside of West John, it's the 23 of Mason Smith. Mason's younger brother, Gabe, right behind him in seventh. Behind Gabe Smith, it's the 117 of Jose Sanchez. Your leader, Logan Nance, dropping down the hill one more time. Catch that. It looks like Trevette Scales may have taken over the lead as it goes up and over the step-up tabletop. We'll get a better view of it as he gets a little closer. The number 15 might be the new leader, and it would be White Flag. Coming through, yeah, 15 is your new leader. All right, White Flag flying, new leader, 15, Trevette Scales. Logan Nance lost 16 seconds that last lap. Now in the number 2 spot. Brinker still third. Brody Roan still fourth. Peyton Westjohn rounds out the top 5. Mason Smith just 2.5 seconds behind him in 6th. The 331 of Leichenring goes from 9th to 7th. Gabe Smith drops a spot to 8th, Sanchez to 9th. William Powell now up to the top 10 in 10th. Coming through the rollers, getting ready to come around the finish line and pick up the white flag. It's one of those brand new 2021 Honda CRF 450s with the X on it. Right there, picking up the white flag. That's Christopher Furlow. Ryan, what'd you say? All right, checkered flag flying. Trevette Scales picks up the win. Logan Nance comes home in 2nd. All right, on the gate, ready to go next. Race 17, 85 senior and 85 junior. In our senior class, 3 riders in a battle for the Fly Showdown Series. Blake Dodson holding on to the lead with 2 wins on the year, 14 points up on the 324 of Jackson Elliott. And sitting in third, only 30 points back, it is the 23 of Colton Gillen. And another battle in the juniors, Travis Tucker with 3 wins on the year, sitting just 14 points ahead of the 08 of Cannon Martin. All of those riders in the house with us this weekend. All right, first drop will be 85 senior. $20 riders in the class. As mentioned, 3-way battle in the Showdown Series between Blake Dodson, Jackson Elliott, and Colton Gillen. Tim Jackson on the far side of the racetrack with a tractor full of Bolin Transport diesel. And the Pottinger Power Harrow behind him. Drew Jackson on the skid steer with the Do More Duragrader on the front of it. All right, we're going to point him down. Here we go with the drop for the seniors. All right, next drop will be the juniors. 35 riders in the junior class. Here we go. Dakota Baker with that bright yellow helmet, going to end up with the hole shot. Looks like Travis Tucker running in second behind him. On the gate next, it's race 18. Schoolboy 2 and Open C. In the odd lane of staging, race 19, 50 shaft shifter beginner. Race number 1, 30A, 30BC, and Schoolboy 1. Start making your way towards the staging area. Race number 2, 250A, 250B. You won't be far behind. Leaders coming back into view. All right, leading the way, it's a 137 and Nate Beerbaum. Blake Dodson runs in second. In third, it's Gage Case. In fourth, Ethan Burns. And rounding out the top 5, it's the 23 of Colton Gilland. Leading the way in the juniors, 165, Dakota Baker. Running in second, 698, Luke Brown. In third, it's the 79 of Travis Tucker. 4, 13, Gunnar Hakila. Rounding out the top 5, it's 110, Mason Houghton. In the seniors, it was 478 Brennan Puckett, not the 478 of Gage Case that sits in third. Colton Gillen was fourth. Caden Scott rounding out the top 5. Your leader, Nate Beerbaum, coming around to click off lap number 2. Dodson still running second, with Puckett in third. Colton Gillen still in the number 4 spot. Ethan Burns up to 5th. Jackson Elliott to 6th. Caden Scott falls to 7th. Then it's Jack Dawson in 8th, Hunter Hudnall 9th, and Ethan Bernard rounding out the top 10. Luke Brown now leading the way in the juniors. Less than a second separating him and Dakota Baker. Tucker 3rd, Hakila 4th. Colton Waits now up to the number 5 spot. Fastest riders on the racetrack, your 2 junior leaders at a 2:15 and a 2:18. And then your senior leader, Beerbaum, at a 2:20. Coming through the rollers, it's your leader, 137, Nate Beerbaum. It'll be white flag this time by. For the 137 out of Oglesby, Illinois. White flag flying for the 698 of Luke Brown in the juniors. Luke with another 2:15 lap time. Dakota Baker still 2nd, Tucker 3rd, but those riders are now both 15 seconds back of Luke Brown. Ethan Burns up to the number 3 spot in the senior class. Jackson Elliott to 4th, Puckett 5th, Colton Gillen drops to 6th. Caden Scott 7th, Dawson 8th, Hudnall 9th. Trevor Bullock now into the top 10. In the juniors, behind your podium, it's Gunnar Hakila in 4th, Mason Houghton 5th, Colton Waite 6th, Matthew Alshaus 7th, Jackson Schiller 8th. Hunter Russell sits in 9th, and Bo Lookabill rounds out the top 10. Meanwhile, your track leader, Nate Beerbaum, up and over the triple jump one final time through the Lincoln Trail rollers. Checkered flag will be flying for the rider out of Oglesby, Illinois. Checkered, you grab the green. All right, checkered flag for the 137 of Beerbaum. All right, coming up next, race 18, Schoolboy 2 and Open C. Talk about a points battle in our Open C class. Both riders with 1 win on the year. And both of those wins took place last Showdown Series weekend. It's Dalton Height hanging on to the lead by 5 points over Gavin Klinko. Both of them getting ready to do battle next, but they're going to have to battle it out with the 87 of Mason Lutz. Mason also out there in the Open C class. In our Schoolboy 2 class, Skylar Corbin with a commanding lead in the Fly Showdown Series. 3 wins on the year, 89 points up on the 127 of Xavier Kopshow. Brody Bennett also on the gate in Schoolboy 2, along with Reese Barna, Logan Nance, and Kane Grubb. All right, it's straight up noon here at Lincoln Trail. Time to head over to Zach's Snack Shack and pick up some lunch. That's a big orange concessions trailer right across from the Pro Shop. We also have plenty of drinks and snacks and candy over in the Pro Shop. If you're looking for different varieties of soda or plenty of varieties of Monster Energy products, you'll find those over in the Pro Shop. All right, here we go with Schoolboy 2. Great start by the 227 of Skylar Corbin. Brody Bennett, I believe, running in second. Open C, ready to go next. There they go. Looks like it's going to be Mason Lutz with the hole shot. All right, on the gate next, it's race 19, 50 shaft shifter beginner. In staging lane number 1, or the odd staging lane, it is race 1, 30A, 30BC, and Schoolboy 1. In the even staging lane, it'll be race number 2, 250A, 250B. And back in the pits getting ready to go should be race number 3, 50 senior and 50 junior. Your Schoolboy 2 leaders will be coming into view. I believe it is the 53 of Brody Bennett leading the way over the 227 of Skylar Corbin as they come past the Lincoln Trail sign. 628 Reese Barna running in the number 3 spot. Then it's Logan Nance on the 777 in 4th, followed by Kopshow in 5th. Mason Lutz leading the way in Open C. Running in the number 2 spot, it's the 125 of Nolan Wright. In third, it's Noah Kemp. Fourth, Cole Roberts. In fifth, it's Dalton Height. The 160 of Gavin Klinko just coming around to complete lap number 1. Definitely not the start he was looking for. Brody Bennett comes across, still leading the way over Skylar Corbin. 2 down, 2 to go in Schoolboy 2. Mason Lutz in front of the Lincoln Trail sign, leading the way in Open C. This will be Mason's last C-Class race here at Lincoln Trail. He'll be moving up to the B-Class for next year. Nolan Wright still running in second. Noah Kemp third, Roberts fourth, Dalton Height still rounding out the top 5. Cade Blackney out of Mississippi on that 2021 Honda 450 sits in the number 7 spot. '24 is Zach Carey not having a good day. He pulls back off the track, headed towards the pits. Meanwhile, your Schoolboy 2 leader, Brody Bennett, in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. It'll be white flag this time by for the number 53. A little bit of an issue for him over this big hip jump here before the finish. He had both feet off the pegs. He managed to keep it on 2 wheels as he heads around the first turn. Skylar Corbin still trying to chase him down. Up next, it's the 50 shaft shifter beginners. They'll get 3 laps of practice and then they'll gate back up for a single 4-lap moto. White flag flying for the 87 of Mason Lutz, leading the Open C class. The 125 of Nolan Wright out of Mount Washington, Kentucky, still holding on to second. 47, Cole Roberts into third. Looks like the 14, Cade Blackney, gaining a spot into fourth. Dylan Davis up to fifth. Dalton Height sixth. Noah Kemp drops to seventh. Trevor Bruner in eighth. Mason Hart ninth. Jake Sheldon rounding out the top 10. Checkered flag flying for the 53 of Brody Bennett. He picks up the win in Schoolboy 2. Skylar Corbin comes home second. Reese Barna will bring it home third. Mason Lutz picks up the win in Open C. Nolan Wright second. Cole Roberts third. Cade Blackney fourth. Rounding out the top 5, Dylan Davis. Your Fly Showdown Series points leader, Dalton Height, comes home in the number 6 spot. 14, Cade Blackney on the new Honda 450. We have your GoPro off the top of your helmet here at the finish line. If there's anybody in Blackney's crew, we have his GoPro here at the finish line. All right, the 50 shaft shifter beginners getting their 3 laps of practice before they line back up for their 4-lap single moto. 23 riders in the class. We have the 2 of Brock Bernard, 4 Zoe Wilhelms, 11 is River Vanover, 21 Nova Jackson, 22 Kennedy Henich, 25 Cooper Holdhouse, 33 Jack Deffendahl, 34 Grayson Henich, 50 is Ryson Russell, 66 is Tristan Fitzhugh, 80 Charlotte Franklin, 94 Chance Salee, 97 is Braxton Cole, 107 Coy Whitehead, 108 is Jace Godar, 192 Willow Docksteiner, 220 is Brinley Bruce, 415 Cooper Whitehead, 416 is Ryder Kelly, 702 Brayton Larson, 911 is Darren Best, 913 Ella Crisp, and 952 is Jack Fearnow. Three riders in a battle for the Fly Showdown Series title here in Shaft Shifter Beginner. Current points leader is the number 4 of Zoe Wilhelms, 15 points up on the 702 of Braden Larson, and Kennedy Henich sits in 3rd. She's on the 22, just 28 points back of Wilhelms. At our last Showdown Series race, your second place racer Brayton Larson ended up with the win. Zoe Wilhelms came home 4th. Kennedy Henich came home 7th. This will be their final race of the year as they do just a single moto. So we may have our first unofficial Fly Showdown Series crown champion coming up at the end of this moto. Once again, want to give a huge shout out to all of our 2020 track sponsors, Fly Racing and Western Power Sports, AGMX, Do More Equipment, Bolin Transport, Sunoco Race Fuels, Bell Ray, Thompson's Motorsports, Sunstar 100%, and Active MX. $562 entries on the day. We'll be giving away that Mattoon Power Sports SSR 110 here this afternoon. Don't forget, at 3 o'clock this afternoon will be the second 50-50 drawing over at Action Sports EMS over at the Ambulance Garage. Tickets are just $1 for 1, or you can get 6 tickets for $5, 15 tickets for $10, or 30 tickets for $20. I believe last night the winner went home with over $250. Hopefully they can top that today. Also accepting donations. All of this in an effort to get equipment ready to go for 2021, along with restocking all of their supplies. Any and all donations definitely appreciated. All of that in an effort to make sure they can keep providing service to us spectators and racers free of charge. Attention in the pits, Cade Blackney. We have the GoPro off of your helmet here at the finish line. In staging, we should have race number 1, 30A, 30BC, and Schoolboy 1 in the even lane. In the odd lane, excuse me. In the even lane, we should have race number 2, 250A and 250B. And back in the pits, race 3, you should start getting ready. That is 50 Junior and 50 Senior. Tim Jackson out on the track with that Pottinger Power Harrow, working his magic, driving up the backside. Of that tabletop that comes out of the woods. All right, here we go with the shaft shifter beginners. Remember, it is age 16 and over. The only ones allowed out on the racetrack, a 50 parent or guardian. Anybody under the age of 16 and all pets, you need to stay back on the sidelines. Those dressed in Halloween costumes that finish the podium at Loretta Lynn's in the 30-plus class that are looking at me with their hands up in the air. Yeah, that's you, Justin Kelly. Are you allowed out on the racetrack in that garb? Yep. Ryder looking good out there. Good to see you here in the house today with us. Justin Kelly out of Lemoyne, Illinois. I think there's somebody else from that same little town just outside of the I-80 area where Sunset Ridge is located. I believe that's the 23 of Chase Sexton that's from that same little town. All right, leading the way, it's the 66 of Tristan Fitzhugh out of Cadiz, Kentucky. Cooper Whitehead on the 415 runs in second. Braxton Cole runs in third. Zoe Wilhelms is in fourth. In fifth, it's Coy Whitehead. Sixth, Kennedy Hinnage. Seventh is Braden Larson. And running in the number 8 spot is Ryder Kelly. Nova Jackson sits ninth, and Brinley Bruce rounds out the top 10. 4. Grayson Hinnich runs 11th. Ryder Vanover in 12th. Jack Deffendahl 13th. Ella Crisp in 14th. Ryson Russell 15th. Darren Best is in 16th. Brock Bernard 17th. Jace Godar 18th. Willow Docksteiner in 19th. 2 laps in the books for your leader, Tristan Fitzhugh. 11 seconds up on the 4:15 of Cooper Whitehead, who runs in second. Braxton Cole still holding on to third. Kennedy Henich up to fourth. Gains a spot on Zoe Wilhelms, who comes across in fifth. Brayton Larson up to sixth. Coy Whitehead seventh. Ryder Kelly eighth. Brinley Bruce up to ninth. Jack Deffendahl now into the top 10. Leader coming past the Lincoln Trail sign. It's going to be white flag flying for the 66. That's Tristan Fitzhugh out of Cadiz, Kentucky. White flag is flying. One more lap to go. So earlier in the day, we were talking about fast lap times. A 2:01.4 for Michael Hicks and a 2:01.8 for Dylan Cox. How about this? Tristan Fitzhugh out there at a 1:45. Michael Hicks doesn't have anything on this little guy from Cadiz, Kentucky. Cooper Whitehead still runs in second. Braxton Cole third. Kennedy Henich fourth. Brayton Larson now up to fifth. Zoe Wilhelms drops to sixth. Jack Deffendahl 7th, Coy Whitehead 8th, Ryder Kelly 9th, Brinley Bruce rounding out the top 10. And the checkered flag in hand. Picking up the win, it is the 66 of Tristan Fitzhugh. Tristan with the high five at the finish. Tristan, one of the elder statesmen in the class at 7 years old. .415 Cooper Whitehead checks in. Cooper comes home in the number 2 spot. Justin Kelly helping out the 50 of Ryson Russell. Ryson got cross-rutted right after the rollers. Justin, that's just your size. There's a tag team race right there. Justin Kelly and his son Ryder heading back to the pits. One of our track officials, Ryan Russell, chasing his son Ryson Russell back to the pits. All right, we are back to the top of the house. Race 1 on the gate, ready to go next. 30A, 30BC, and Schoolboy 1. All right, bikes are getting fired up. Starter's going to come out and point them down. Here we go. Race number 1, 30A, 30BC, and Schoolboy 1. Jason Henninger out of Amelia, Ohio, looking for a sweep on the day in 30A. He's going to get the whole shot and lead him into turn 2. 182 of Dustin Lustig running in the number 2 spot. Schoolboy 1 ready to go next. Christian Yannick looking for another moto win on his Super Mini. He's on the inside, gonna come out running in 4th as they head into turn 2. All right, on the gate next is race number 2, 250A, 250B. In the odd staging lane should be race number 3, 50 senior, 50 junior. In the even staging lane should be race number 4, 40A, 40BC, and 60 plus. And back in the pits, getting ready to go, should be race number 5, 85 open. Leaders dropping down the hill into the woods. Here they come back into view. 324 of Jason Henninger. Leading the way, it looks like Godar running in 2nd, Lustig in 3rd. All right, leaders coming by. Lustig now into the number 2 spot. Godar on the 108 Yamaha back to 3rd. Then it's a 639 of Hetzler, the 21 of Birkenkamp. In the BC class, Travis Arnold leading the way over Andrew Folden, with Jordan Lane sitting in 3rd, and your Moto 1 winner, Frederick Griffith, in 4th. Christian Yannick leads the way in Schoolboy 1 over Jake Colbert and Adam Holland, with Rowdy Perkins and Logan Nance rounding out the top 5. Your leader, the 324 of Jason Henninger, starting to pull away from the rest of the 30A riders. Up and over the triple jump in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Two down, 2 to go. Jacob Godar now back into 2nd, pushing Dustin Lustig back to 3rd. Then it's Cole Hetzler behind them. Travis Arnold still leading the way in the BC class. Frederick Griffith on the move. Griffith up to 3rd. Andrew Folden sits 2nd. Jordan Lane 4th. In the Schoolboy 1 class, Christian Yannick leads the way. Jake Colbert 2nd. Adam Holland 3rd. Rowdy Perkins 4th. Logan Nance 5th. Then it's Caleb Wells in 6th. Tegan Dower 7th. Ashton Gray 8th. Peyton Wolf 9th. Colton Gillen rounding out the top 10. Meanwhile, Henninger up and over that step-up tabletop. He'll be coming around for the white flag. One lap to go for the rider out of Amelia, Ohio. Dominating today here in the 30A class. Jake Godar runs 2nd. Dustin Lustig 3rd. 4th on the track and leading Schoolboy 1. It's the 27 of Christian Yannick on his Team Green Cowie Super Mini. Your race leader, Jason Henniger, in the 30A class, running 2:05 lap times, and your Schoolboy 1 leader on the Super Mini, running 2:06 lap times. Your leader, Jason Henniger, coming through that switchback one final time, up and over the triple jump. In front of the Lincoln Trail sign, it'll be checkered flag and an unofficial 1-1 on the day. Checkered flag is out. Christian Yannick picks up the win in Schoolboy 1. Frederick Griffith picks up the win in 30 BC. Frederick out of Clarksville, Tennessee. Unofficially, he goes 1-1 on the day. Jordan Lane moved his way into second around Andrew Folden in the 30 BC class, with Travis Arnold coming home fourth. All right, here we go. 250A, 250B. Track has been prepped up a little bit. We'll see if Michael Hicks can drop below the 2-minute mark. Corbin with the hole shot and the look back. Michael Hicks right there behind him. Last night, Skylar Corbin said if it wasn't for a derailed chain, he would have beat Team Hicks in the pit bike races. Right now, he's leading Michael Hicks as they go around turn 3. Hicks goes around the outside and says, "See you later, Skylar." So they head up and over that tabletop and down the long stretch of rollers along the bomber pits. On the gate next is race number 3, 50 senior, 50 junior. In the even staging lane should be race number 4, 40A, 40 BC, and 60 plus. In the odd staging lane should be race 5, 85 open. And back in the pits getting ready to go should be race number 6. That is 14 to 24 and 125s. Michael Hicks back into view, jumping out of the woods. There's Skylar Corbin. That's your 250A leader and your 250B leader. Klauser sits behind Corbin, running second in 250A. Jason Gebford sits third. Then it's a 155 of Blake Anderson. Skylar Corbin trying to hold off Giancarlo Klauser as they go around the first turn. Klauser now second on the track. Corbin third, but leading the B class. Michael Hicks flying through that set of rollers along the bomber pits. Michael Hicks into view. As he goes up and over that step-up tabletop. This will be our first opportunity to get a full recorded lap. Fastest lap of the day was Hicks at a 2:01.4. See what he does this time by. Hicks, the rider out of Fenton, Missouri on that big St. Charles KTM. 1:56.1. Not only does he go faster, he goes 5 seconds faster than he had all day long. 1:56.1 for Michael Hicks. Hicks around that off-camber uphill before he drops down into the woods one more time. Looking to top a 1:56.1. Here he comes back into view. All right, white flag about to be flying for Michael Hicks. $1:56.4 that time by. Klauser in the number 2 spot. 19 seconds back of your leader, Hicks. Then it's Gepford in the 3rd spot. White flag for Skylar Corbin leading the way in the B class. Dalton Whitaker out of Fairfield Towns, Ohio, sits 2nd in the B class. Blake Anderson out of Galena, Ohio, runs in 3rd. Jacob McGee runs in the number 4 spot. Kinsler Medler rounds out the field in 5th. Michael Hicks back into view one final time, takes the wide line up and over that step-up tabletop. In front of the Lincoln Trail sign. And checkered flags flying. Hicks picks up another moto win. Anybody that's part of the Giancarlo Klauser crew, we still have half of that right side number plate up here at the finish line. Off of the 322 machine. All right, getting ready to go. 50 senior will be first drop. All right, 50 juniors ready to go next. All right, juniors off and running. Cooper Houghton with a big handful of throttle and a massive hole shot leading the juniors. On the gate next, it's race 4, 40A, 40BC, and 60 plus. In the odd staging lane, it's race 5, 85 open. In the even staging lane, race 6, 14 to 24 and 125s. And back in the pits getting ready to go is race number 7, 65 open. '58 of Owen Scholl leading the way here on lap 1. 94 Colin Vasquez runs in second. 414 of Brentley Collier sits in third. 128 Cooper Levin, I believe, is in the number 4 spot. Levin makes his way around Collier into third. Rounding out the top 5, it's the 7 of Clarkson Hagen. Cooper Houghton coming around. I believe Cooper's leading the juniors. He comes across the stripe. Yes, it is Cooper Houghton leading the way in the junior class. Jax Baker runs second. Mason Dixon in third. Fourth is the 33 of Jack Dependahl, and rounding out the top five is 499 Bo Smith. Two down and two to go for Owen Scholl, leading the way in the 50 seniors. The 210 of Cooper Houghton coming in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Be two down and two to go for Cooper. Owen Scholl coming around to pick up the white flag. Wesley White coming across the stripe, along with Sophia Corbin. Behind them, it is Owen Scholl. Colin Vasquez still second. Cooper 11 third. Brentley Collier fourth. Weston Crisp rounding out the top five. as we finish up motos on the day and start giving out overall awards. Friendly reminder, please do not park in front of the pro shop on your way out to pick up your awards. You can pick up your awards before you are all mounted up and ready to leave. We need to keep those roads clear for working vehicles and our emergency teams. All 50 riders go home with an award. Top 10 in the 65s, top 5 for all other trophy classes. Also, please don't forget to return your transponders to the folks from LiveView Timing. Owen Scholl in front of the Lincoln Trail sign one final time. Checkered flag will be flying for him here in just a moment. Ryan East and Brentley Hall coming across. Cooper Houghton picks up the white flag as Owen Scholl picks up the checkered flag. Owen Scholl with another 50 class win on the day. Colin Vasquez comes home second. Cooper Levin in the 3 spot. Race 4, 40A on the gate, ready to go next. They'll drop first. 40 BC and 60 plus will drop second. Check. The 210 of Cooper Houghton in front of the Lincoln Trail sign one final time. Checkered flag will be flying for him. All right, here we go. 40A. It's Hendricks, Heingartner, and Kopshow in and out of the first turn. It's going to be Hendricks with the hole shot. .40 BC and 60 plus ready to go next. I believe that was a 78 of Frederick Griffith with the hole shot. On the gate next, race 5, 85 open. In staging in the even lane, it's race 6, 14 to 24 and 125s. In the odd lane, it's race 7, 65 open. And back in the pits, getting ready to go to be race number 8, vintage and women. Side-by-side battle for the lead as they come down that hill. Hendricks and Heingartner. Up and over that step-up tabletop. Still side-by-side, in and out of that switchback. Now up and over the triple jump in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Jason Hendricks with a small lead. Heingartner getting not one, but 2 big facefuls of dirt as they go through those rollers. One lap down, 3 to go. Frederick Griffith leading the way through the rollers in the BC class. The 854 of Preston Nelson runs in second. Pat Brazier in the number 3 spot. Again, Pat, we appreciate all your support from the folks at Bolin Transport and Sunoco Race Fuels. .581 of Brad Lake coming around. Man, I have not heard that name in a long, long time. Still decked out in the gear that he probably wore back in 1982. The rider out of Brazil, Indiana. Used to watch Brad dominate 30-plus and 40-plus classes. Now out there at 69 years old. 2 down, 2 to go for Jason Hendricks. Cop Show starting to catch up to the backside of Heingartner as they go in and out of the first turn. Brad Lake used to race on the classic track when the surface of the track looked like our water roads. Quite a big difference in equipment and track prep over the last 40 years. Chuck Nice and Derek Stutz coming through. Along with the 297 of Robert Steele. Hendricks in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. It'll be white flag flying this time for the rider out of Marshall, Illinois. '78 of Frederick Griffith out of Clarksville, Tennessee. Leading the way in the BC class. Jason Gerling and Pat Brazier battling it out in the 40 BC class. Here comes Brad Lake picking up the white flag on the 581 Honda. Rocking that old JT chest protector. See, these guys out here now are like me. They're old enough to remember that when we used to build whoops, we used to build them out of telephone poles and just throw a little bit of dirt over them. Didn't quite have rollers like we have today. Or the old school railroad ties with some dirt over them. All right, checkered flag is out for Jason Hendricks. Hendrick picks up the win. Kopshow second, Heingartner third. Another moto win in the BC class for Frederick Griffith. Preston Nelson comes home in second. Brazier ends up in third, gets around Gerling right before the finish. Rakowski comes home fourth. Gerling losing quite a few spots here on that last lap. Hill ends up fifth. Gerling goes from third to sixth. So issues for the 820 on that last lap. All right, here we go with a full gate at 85 open. In the 85 open class, just 25 points separating Travis Tucker and Jackson Elliott for that Fly Showdown Series title. All right, here we go. Great start by the 165 of Dakota Baker. Dabs a leg in the first turn, still keeps it on two wheels with the whole shot heading into turn two. Luke Brown runs in second. Looks like Tucker's in the number 4 spot. On the gate next is race number 6. 14 to 24 and 125s. In the odd staging lane should be race 7, 65 open. In the even staging lane should be race number 8, vintage and women. Back in the pits getting ready to go would be race number 9, 50 open. Once again, a huge shout out to all of our 2020 track sponsors, Fly Racing and Western Power Sports, AGMX, Do More Equipment, Bolin Transport, Sunoco Race Fuels, Bel-Ray, Thompson's Motorsports, Sunstar 100%, and Active MX. Also, the folks from Mattoon Power Sports and our SSR 110 giveaways. We will be calling that winner here in just a little bit. Hey, Drew, do you got a winner yet for the pit bike? All right, Dakota Baker leading the way as they work the switchback and come in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Looks like Travis Tucker on the 79 runs in second. In third, it's Luke Brown. Fourth is Nate Beerbaum. Fifth, Gunnar Hakila. Sixth, Ethan Burns. Seventh is Jackson Schiller. Eighth is Hannah Sipe. Ninth is Mason Burns and Caden Scott rounding out the top 10 as they come through the Lincoln Trail Rollers. Dakota Baker heading down into the woods, holding off a charging Travis Tucker, Luke Brown, and Nate Beerbaum, all four riders in the woods at the same time. Brown in third, just about lost the rear end before the face of that tabletop. Loses a few bike lengths to Tucker, who's running in second. Going to be 2 down and 2 to go. Top 4 heading from turn 1 into turn 2. Two riders from Indiana, one from Kentucky, one from Illinois in your top 4. Far side of the racetrack over the double doubles. Dakota Baker starting to pull away just a little bit. Travis Tucker still running in second. There was a little bit of an issue coming out of the double doubles. I see Beerbaum, but I don't know that I see Luke Brown. We'll find out when they come back into view. There's Dakota Baker back into view. They're going to start working their way through some back traffic. Tucker's around that turn. Beerbaum's around that turn. Baker in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Going to be white flag flying this time by. There's Tucker, there's Beerbaum. And I do not see Luke Brown. I want to give a huge shout out to Mr. Xavier Kopshow here celebrating his 15th birthday with us in the house here at Lincoln Trail. Checkered flag is out. Dakota Baker picks up the win. Travis Tucker comes home second. Nate Beerbaum in third. Check one. Okay. Luke Brown coming through. Luke having some challenges in that last moto, was running in the number 3 spot for quite a while. Ends up way back in the back. Hey, I'm down here at the finish line with Ethan Bernard, who just finished up his 85 Open Moto. Hey, Ethan, I got to ask you, man, how'd your race go?
Okay, and then I went down, and I rode good, but I didn't have the best moto.
How about you take your helmet off for a second so we can hear you better? I know you said you went down in that moto and things didn't work out quite as well as what you had hoped for. How much better would it be if I told you you're going home with an SSR 110 pit bike, buddy? That'd be pretty sweet, wouldn't it? That pit bike is yours. Thanks so much to the folks from Mattoon Power Sports. Congratulations again to Ethan Bernard, the winner of the SSR 110 pit bike. You can pick up your pit bike over at the Pro Shop once your day's over, all right, bud? Congratulations. Once again, the SSR 110 pit bike going to Ethan Bernard. Just was able to catch up with him here after the finish line. $11 pit bikes given away this year thanks to the folks from Mattoon Power Sports. Last year it was 2 KLX 110s and a CRF 50. The year before that it was a YZ 125. Who knows what it'll be in 2021? Once again, congratulations to the Yamaha mounted number 85, Ethan Berhard, out of Shumway, Illinois, the winner of the SSR 110 pit bike. All right, race 6, 14 to 24 and 125s on the track. Leading the way in the 14 to 24, it's Cade Blackney. Chris, he ever pick up his GoPro? Blackney leading the way over Eric Navel with Cade Rennick running in third. In the 125s, Jake Colbert leading the way over Adam Holland and Rowdy Perkins. On the gate next, it's race number 7, 65 open. In our even staging lane, it should be race 8, vintage and women. In the odd staging lane would be race number 9, 50 open. And back in the pits getting ready to go should be race number 10, Super Mini. Cade Blackney on that new Honda 450. Wouldn't that be sweet to give away a Honda 450 next year? Maybe we can talk to Chad over at Thompson's and he can hook us up with a deal or something. I'm sure we'll find out what Tim and the crew have in store for 2021 whenever that time is right. Cade Rennick now into second in 14 to 24. Eric Navel back to third. Braden Burton and Luke Brinker rounding out the top 5. Jake Colbert still holding on to the lead in the 125s over Adam Holland and Rowdy Perkins. It looks like Cade Rennick now into the lead in 14 to 24 as he's in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Not only can he ride a dirt bike pretty good, he can also rock it out pretty good on the electric guitar. 4th of July weekend, he played the national anthem for us live right before the fireworks started. That was pretty cool. (2021) 4th of July falls on a Sunday. We'll see how that plays out with the race schedule. All right, Cade Rennick back into view. Cade Blackney right there behind him in second. Cade followed by Cade. Cade with a K and Cade with a C. All right, they're going to battle to the end. And checkered flag is flying. I believe it's Reddick picking up the win. We'll get a look at live view timing, see what it shows us. Cade Rennick with the win. Cade Blackney second by 0.6 of a second. Colbert picks up the win in the 125s. Adam Holland second. Blake Anderson third. All right, race 7, 65 open. Getting pointed down. They're ready to go next. All right, there they go. Looks like Mason Houghton runs in that number 2 spot. Not sure who had the whole shot. On the gate next is race number 8. Vintage and Women. In the odd staging lane is race 9, 50 open. In the even staging lane should be race number 10. That is Super Mini. And back in the pits getting ready to go should be race 11, 25A, 25BC, 50A, and 50BC. Beautiful fall weekend here outside of a little bit of wind. to finish off the 2020 year. What a crazy year. Started with the Snowflake Shootout in late February, and we're ending here first weekend in November. Coming up second weekend in December will be our Fly Showdown Series banquet. Then they get to spend about a month getting ready to go for 2021, as I'm sure we'll look to have something scheduled in the month of February for a Snowflake Shootout race. One lap in the books. Mason Houghton leads the way. Jackson Potoshnik runs second. Colton Waits third. Tom Liberta in fourth. Owen Scholl rounding out the top five. Owen getting progressively faster every single race on that 65. Talking about the weather, they're projecting close to 70 degrees next weekend. So keep your eyes posted to Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter for any possibilities of being able to come out here and ride or possible prepped practices. I'm sure they will make announcements throughout the week coming up to the weekend if that's something that can be done. 2 laps in the books for the 110 of Mason Houghton. Potoshnik and Colton Waits battling it out for second. Owen Scholl now up to fourth. Colton Cornwell in fifth. Callie Sutton sixth. Mav Snyder seventh. Colton Chaplin up to eighth. Tom Liberta is falling in spots. Reed Jackson up to ninth. Dylan Fodge into the top 10. Braden Cox 11th. Tom Liberta checks in 12th. Sign, bike in the middle of the track, rider rolling off the side. Your leader, 110, Mason Houghton, getting ready to come around to where that yellow flag situation is, right in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. White flag is flying for 110 Mason Houghton. Patoshnik and Waits still second and third. Looks like the 198 of Cornwell now into fourth. Owen Scholl back to fifth. All right, your leader, the 110, Mason Houghton, coming in front of the Lincoln Trail sign one final time. The battle on the track is still that battle for second between Jackson Patoshnik and Colton Waits as they come in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Checkered flag flying for Mason Houghton. Patoshnik holds on for second. Colton Waits will come home third. Colton Cornwell comes home fourth. And rounding out the top five, it is Owen Scholl. Up next, race 8, Vintage and Women. All right, here we go with vintage. Last moto, it was a battle between the 32 of Johnny Byrne and the 75 of Travis Arnold. Those two are side by side again, going in and out of the first turn. Arnold with the hole shot. Sean Kelly in the mix this time on the YZ125. Arnold going to lead him over the drop-off into turn 3. Women's class up next. Hannah Sipe, Danny Troop, and Emma Chaplin. On the gate next, race 9, 50 open. In the even staging lane, it's race 10, Super Mini. In the odd staging lane, it's race 11, 25A, 25BC, 50A, and 50BC. And back in the pits getting ready to go should be race 12, 65 Senior and 65 Junior. Your leaders dropping down into the woods, Travis Arnold and Johnny Byrne. They come in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. You know, it's crazy to think that Yamaha has had that reverse cylinder design for at least 8 years now, as that bike qualifies for the vintage class. In third, it's a 25 of Loveless. Fourth is a 928 of Sean Kelly. Then it's the 117 of Jose Sanchez. After them, it's Jacob Hembrough and Lyndon Campbell. Hannah Sipe leading the way in the women's class on her 125. Danny Troop coming across running second in the women's class. Travis Arnold and Johnny Byrne still battling it out in the vintage class, just like Moto 1 as they come in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. In Moto 1, Arnold led for 3 of the 4 laps before Johnny Byrne finally made the pass and took the Moto win. Arnold out of Troy, Illinois. Byrne out of Niles, Illinois as they head in and out of the first turn. Byrne now dives to the inside of Arnold. Arnold going to sneak up to the inside of him as they go in and out of turn 3. Byrne going high, Arnold low. They're side by side over that step-up triple. Into the off-camber. Looks like Byrne is going to lead the way. We'll see what happens as they head into that long stretch of rollers along the bomber pits. Looks like they have Emma Chaplin right in front of him. Johnny Byrne now leading the way. All right, your leaders will be coming towards the white flag. The 32 of Johnny Byrne now leading the way. David Lovelace running third in the vintage class. Emma Chaplin running third in the women's class. Once again, as you are picking up your awards and getting ready to leave, please do not park in front of the pro shop. Keep those county roads clear as well for other big rigs trying to get out. Also, our track workers and our EMS teams need to make sure they have absolute clear roads. But I will right now. Friendly reminder too, as you are picking up your trash from your campsite, we have dumpsters at turn 2 of the classic track and also at the exit of the property on the bomber side. So plenty of options for you to throw your trash in one of those big dumpsters. We definitely appreciate you doing that for us. CDC guidelines are still calling for you to take care of your own trash, so we definitely appreciate it. Checkered flag is out for Johnny Byrne. He picks up the win. Travis Arnold cruises home to a second place. Unofficially second overall on the day. Now, I mentioned that it's supposed to be close to 70 degrees next weekend. On the flip side, tonight, it's supposed to get down to about 24 degrees, so definitely be prepared for tomorrow morning. It's going to be a little chilly. All right, 50cc Open. Race 9 on the gate, ready to go next. $50 junior, $50 senior already raced. So this will be Owen Scholl's official last 50 race here at Lincoln Trail. He has 9 wins and a second for the year in Showdown Series races in the 50 Open class. And he gets to do it one more time. He picked up the win in Moto number 1 here in 50 Open. Colin Vasquez coming home in second. Speaking of Owen, it looks like he is just now showing up to the gate, trying to figure out where he is going to put that Cobra 50. Not quite sure what is going on there, but we'll soon find out. All right, he gates up 3 to the end. Gates down, there they go. Once again, it's Colin Vasquez with the hole shot. Owen Scholl will come out running in 4th. On the gate next, it's race number 10, Super Mini. In our odd staging lane, should be 25A, 25BC, 50A, and 50BC. In our even staging lane, it will be 65 senior, 65 junior. And back in the pits getting ready to go will be race 13, Mini E and 50 Pee Wee. If you haven't had an opportunity to stop by Zach's Snack Shack, the orange concessions trailer, make sure you do that. Hopefully they still have some hot chocolate or coffee left, something to keep your hands warm and your belly warm. Also, nice late lunch or afternoon snack. It's also last opportunity this year to, during a race weekend, pick up something from the pro shop. Great time to stock up on whether it be stocking stuffers with all kinds of different stickers, hats, beanies, license plate frames, all kinds of cool stuff. Or 2021 fly gear, all kinds of hoodies, as I mentioned before. But it'd be a great time to stock up as we approach the holiday season. All right, coming through the Lincoln Trail Rollers here right by me, Owen Scholl leading the way. Colin Vasquez runs in second. Running in third, it's a 4:14 of Brentley Collier. In fourth, it's a 7 of Clarkson Hagan. And behind them, it is the 8:17 of Leland Anderson. All right, Owen Scholl up and over the triple again in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. It'll be 2 down, 2 to go. Colin Vasquez running second, heading around the first turn. And there's Brentley Collier in third on his 2021 Cobra. The black and red edition. Then it's Clarkson Hagan in fourth on his yellow 2021 Cobra. Definitely some cool looking motorcycles. Owen Scholl trying to make his way through at least a half a dozen racers as he comes in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. It'll be white flag flying this time by. Once again, congratulations to Ethan Bernhard, winner of the Mattoon Power Sports SSR 110 Pit Bike giveaway. The 85cc rider out of Shumway, Illinois. Owen Scholl coming down the hill around that tight tire turn, up and over that step-up tabletop. All right, in front of the Lincoln Trail sign, one final time on the Cobra 50. That's the rider out of Casey, Illinois, backed by Oil City Cycles, Epoch Energy LLC, Get Sideways, Mom and Dad, Grandma and Grandpa. Final 50cc checkered flag for Owen Scholl. Colin Vasquez comes home second. Colin, the rider out of Kelso, Missouri. I believe this may also be Colin's last 50cc race. Also shows that he is 9 years old, so he's aged out of the class. Brentley Collier comes home third. Brentley just 7 years old, so definitely going to see Brentley and the likes of Clarkson Hagen a few more years in the 50 class. All right, race 10 Super Mini. Ready to go next. Christian Yannick, Blake Dodson, Coben Kimmel, Mason Burns, Hayden Grissom, Warren Clayball, Bryson Gerling, Hugh Ludington, Charlie Ludington, Jack Dawson, Jackson Elliott, Brennan Puckett, Ethan Metcalf, Asher Neiman, and Gavin Locke. All getting ready to do battle one more time. Christian Yannick, just 14 years old, so definitely has a couple more years left that he can run Super Mini. It'll be interesting to see if and when he moves up to the 250 or if he ends up on a 125, different, possibly on a different brand. Currently a Team Green-backed rider. We'll see what happens with that. We know Ryder DeFrancesco just moved up from Super Mini onto the Cowie KX250 and definitely riding that bike well. Christian Yannick with the whole shot. Coben Kimmel comes out running second. Metcalf in third. All right, on the gate next, race 11, 25A, 25BC, 50A, 50BC. In the even staging lane should be race 12, 65 senior, 65 junior. In the odd staging lane will now be race 13, Mini E, 50 Pee-wee. And in the pits getting ready to go should be race 14, 250C and open two-stroke. Christian Yannick leading the pack as he drops down the hill into the woods. Here he comes in front of the Lincoln Trail sign, the number 27 Team Green Kawasaki rider out of Oak Lawn, Illinois. Christian finished, as I mentioned earlier, third in the Mini Senior 1 class at Loretta's and a third in the Mini Senior 2 class. Christian back into view. Whoa! I don't know if anybody else saw that, but did not hit the face of that step-up tabletop the way he wanted to. Definitely got off the gas just in time to keep it on two wheels. Gets ready to come by us, the complete lap number 2. Looks like the 519 of Ethan Metcalf running in second. The 4 of Mason Burns is in third. Then it's Blake Dotson and Coben Kimmel, 4th and 5th. Then it's the 5 of Warren Clayball and the 478 of Brennan Puckett. All right, we'll see how Christian comes through there this time. A little smoother. Definitely makes it up and over the jump without a problem. All right, white flag will be flying one more time for the 27, Christian Yannick. Battle on the track for second. A little bit of a bobble by Metcalf. They're in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. It is him and the 338 of Coben Kimmel side by side over that little hip jump. Then it's Blake Dotson and Mason Burns side by side. Battles for third and second. Battles for fourth and fifth. Coben Kimmel now into second. Metcalf back to third. Dotson fourth, Burns fifth. All right, one more time over that step-up tabletop. He'll make his way back through this switchback, up and over the table, or the triple jump in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. 27, Christian Yannick, one big sweeping turn away from a checkered flag. Coben Kimmel coming through the Lincoln Trail Rollers. All alone now in a solid second with Ethan Metcalf in third. Dotson fourth. As they all pick up the checkered flag. Mason Burns will round out the top five. All right, here we go with 25A, 25BC. Second drop will be 50A, 50BC. Earlier in the day, Dylan Cox had the second fastest lap time of the day behind Michael Hicks. See how Dylan fares this moto. Here we go. Dylan drifts just a little bit outside. It's going to be Hettinger with the hole shot. Then it's Klauser and Cox side by side. That's the 325A riders. Cox will lead them going into turn 3, that big left-hand sweeper. All right, here we go, 50A, 50BC. Brad Kopshow leading the way. On the gate next, it's race 12, 65 senior, 65 junior. In the odd staging lane, it's race 13, Mini E and 50 Pee-wee. In the even staging lane, it is race 14, 250C and open two-stroke. And back in the pits, getting ready to go, should be race 15, open A and open B. .120 of Dylan Cox leading the way out of Whitesville, Kentucky. Giancarlo Klauser runs second. Jason Henniger out of Ohio in third. Looks like Andrew Folden leading the way in the BCs over Trevette Scales and Aaron Whalen. The 11, a Dan Ryder leading the way in 50A. With Ray Dawson behind him in second. .200 of Brad Kopshow coming through. As mentioned earlier, his son Xavier turning 15 years old today. Happy birthday, Xavier. Dylan Cox back into view. Get a rundown on Dylan's lap time on LiveViewTiming.com. He's in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. All right, across the stripe, here he comes. 2:02, the time for Dylan Cox. Klauser in second at a 2:07. And then Hettinger at a 2:09. Trevette Scales now leading the way in 25 BC. Andrew Folden in second. Aaron Whalen in third. Then it's the 7 of Cody Hamer, the 32 of Johnny Byrne, and the 922 of Zach Piper. Then it's your 58 leader, 11 Dan Ryder, followed by the 999 of Ray Dawson. .102 of Lyndon Campbell coming around to complete another lap. Lyndon, typically on a Showdown Series weekend, will put in 8 motos, running 4 different classes. 60 plus, 50 BC. Vintage and open 2-stroke. White flag flying for the 120 at Dylan Cox. Trevette Scales coming around to pick up the white flag in 25 BC. And one final time in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. It's the KTM rider out of Whitesville, Kentucky, the 120 of Dylan Cox. Backed by Full Potential Motocross Training. Checkered flag is flying. All right, race 12, 65 senior, 65 junior coming up next. All right, the 452 of Matthew Alshaus in front of the Lincoln Trail sign, leading the way in the senior class. Followed by the 08 of Cannon Martin and the 160 of Colton Waits. Two down and two to go. Following them, it's a 198 of Colton Cornwell. And the 591 of Bo Lookabill. Battle in the juniors. .110 of Mason Houghton leading the way as he comes across, but then it's Jackson Potoshnik and Tom Liberta not too far behind in second and third. Mav Snyder and Owen Scholl coming through. I think that was your leader, 160, just came through. I think the 452 may have crashed. New leader on the track, it's a 160 of Colton Waits. So something happened that last lap to the 452 as he is just now checking in the midst of that junior battle. There's Mason Houghton coming through, white flag for him. There's your previous senior leader, Matthew Alshaus. And here comes second and third in the juniors. Now second place belonging to Tom Liberta with Jackson Potoshnik in third. .160 Colton Waits up and over that step-up tabletop. He's in front of the Lincoln Trail sign one final time. Looks like Cannon Martin running second behind him. So checkered flag for 160. All right, checkered flag is flying for the rider out of Troy, Ohio. It's 160. Colton Waits picking up the win. Cannon Martin comes home second. Colton Cornwell comes home in third. Mason Houghton picks up the win in the juniors. Followed by Tom Liberta and Jackson Potoshnik. All right, up next, it's race 13, Mini E and 50 Pee Wee. All right, once again, race 13, Mini E and 50 Pee Wees up next. Friendly reminder, as you are getting ready to leave, make sure you pick up your trash from your campsite and dispose of it in one of the two dumpsters, one on the classic track side or one on the bomber side. Make sure you pick up your awards. Everybody in the 50 class gets an award, top 10 in 65s, top 5 in all other trophy classes. We just ask that you pick up the awards without parking in front of the pro shop so we can keep the roads clear. Also make sure you return your transponder back to Shelley inside the pro shop before you leave. All right, gates down. Here we go. Mini E and 50 Pee Wee. On the gate next, it's race 14, 250C and open two-stroke. In the odd staging lane, it's race 15, open A, open B. In the even staging lane, it is race 16, open beginner. And back in the pits getting ready to go should be race 17, 85 senior and 85 junior. Definitely have to give a huge shout out to all of the racers and their families in attendance with us here this weekend. 562 entries today. I believe we had close to 400 yesterday for practice. Once again, just another epic turnout here at Lincoln Trail for the Fly Showdown Series. We definitely appreciate all of the support. We definitely appreciate the support from all of our sponsors as well. Fly Racing, AGMX, Do More Equipment, Bolin Transport, Sunoco Race Fuels, Bell Ray, Thompson's Motorsports, Sunstar 100%, and Active MX. Also, Terry and the crew from Mattoon Power Sports in Mattoon, Illinois, for supporting us in that SSR 110 pit bike giveaway. 11 pit bikes, one for every round of the Showdown Series given away this year. Your 11th and final winner, the number 85 Yamaha 85cc mounted rider, Ethan Bernhard, going home with that SSR 110. All right, the 499 of Bo Smith leading the way. 99 Jax Baker runs in second. Yeah, I'm not sure where the photographers are, but somebody needs to snap a picture of Justin Kelly standing in the first turn, rocking the Halloween costume with his motocross boots and a pair of bright yellow goggles. I'm 150 yards away from him, and I can see him like he's standing next to me. That definitely will get some attention on social media. He can rock it out on his Instagram page. Out there supporting his son, Ryder Kelly. getting ready to come in front of him as they go past the first turn area. Justin coming off of a 3rd overall in the 30-plus class at Loretta Lynn's this year. Racing with us today in Open A. We'll see him out on the racetrack here in a couple of motos. The 25 of Evan Dixon coming through on his Mini E. Just 4 years old out of Manuka, Illinois. Getting ready to head into the first turn. 702 of Brayton Larson and the 101 of Brantley Hall also heading into turn 1. There goes the slash to Cooper Whitehead. And the 552, that's Mason Alshaus. Comes the 213 of Zoe Wilhelms. And the 212 of Tanner West. There goes the 97 of Braxton Cole. And the 220, Brinley Bruce. 22 is Kennedy Hinnich. White flag is flying for the 499 of Bo Smith. Bo heading in and out of the first turn. White flag for the 107, that is Coy Whitehead. Running in second, it's the 99 of Jax Baker. Next across, it's the 34 of Grayson Hinnich. Then we have the 311. That is Paisley Packanon. Here comes the 412. That's Ryder Kelly. 0-10 Cole Pristach. Coming through next, it's the 311 Slash. That's Carson Moore. Then the 11 of River Vanover. Coming around again, it's a 33 of Jack Deffendahl. White flag for the Slash to Cooper Whitehead. Here comes Brantley Hall. And the 112 of Ermy Collier. And the 702 of Brayton Larson. Checkered flag is in hand. And it is waving for the 499 of Bo Smith. Bo picks up the moto win. .457 Colt Washburn comes through. 99 Jax Baker will finish in second. The 33 of Jax Deffendahl right here at the finish. On the gate, ready to go next. Race 14, 250C and open two-stroke. Once again, happy birthday to the 127 Xavier Copshow. All right, here we go with race 14, 250C and open two-stroke. Another great start by the 87 of Mason Lutz. Mason Hart was right there with him. All right, open two-stroke, ready to go next. Caleb Wells on his LiveView timing KTM. Picked up the Moto 1 win. He's going to come out of the first turn running in second, right on the rear wheel of Connor Thompson. Side by side with Thompson now as they go in and out of turn 3. Up and over that triple jump. Caleb Wells now leading the way in open two-stroke. On the gate next, race 15, open A, open B. In the even staging lane should be race 16, open beginner. In the odd staging lane should be race 17, 85 senior and 85 junior. And back in the pits getting ready to go should be the final moto of the day, race 18, and that is Schoolboy 2 and Open C. .250C riders heading this direction. Mason Lutz leading the way in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Reese Barna runs in second. In third, it's a 338 of Coben Kimmel. Running in fourth, it's a 276 of Dylan Davis. And rounding out the top 5, it's 121 Mason Hart. Caleb Wells leading the way in open two-stroke over Connor Thompson. 1 lap in the books for them. Up and over the step-up tabletop. Come through the split lane over the triple. And then in front of the Lincoln Trail sign, it'll be 2 down and 2 to go. Mason finished 11th overall at Loretta's this year in the 250C limited class. Had 21st in moto number 1 at the ranch. Otherwise, would have been a solid top 10 finish for him. Reese Barna runs in second. Third is still Coben Kimmel. Fourth, Dylan Davis. And Nolan Wright now into the top 5. Noah Kemp sits in 6th. Dalton Height 7th. Then Mason Hart comes through in 8th, goes from 5th to 8th. Has the number 4 of Jake Sheldon right behind him. Mason Lutz will be in front of the Lincoln Trail sign one more time. White flag will be flying for the 16-year-old out of Boonville, Indiana. Still Reese Barna holding on to 2nd. Coben Kimmel 3rd. Dylan Davis 4th. Nolan Wright in 5th, catching up to the backside of Davis. Then it's Noah Kemp. Dalton Height in 7th. Then it's Jake Sheldon and the 47 of Cole Roberts. Then it's the 75 of Caleb Wells leading the open two-stroke. He's now in front of the 121 of Mason Hart. Xavier Kopshow comes through on his birthday. Xavier turning 15 today. All right, and in front of the Lincoln Trail sign one final time, it's the 87 of Mason Lutz. Mason's final C-class race here. Be coming up last moto of the day. I believe Mason is also in Open C. As he will move on to the B class next year after his finish at Loretta's earlier this year. Reese Barna comes home in 2nd. Coben Kimmel rounds out the podium. Dylan Davis just jumped halfway to Charleston. I don't know if that gained him a position or not. He was side by side with Nolan Wright over the tabletop, but the finish line is actually at the base of the jump where the two fly hay bales are. Hey Jimmy, who was in front, 276 or 125? Who crossed second, Chris? 125 of Nolan Wright held on for the position. 276. Finish, but over the tabletop. But the finish is actually at the fly hay bales. That's where the timing light is. All right, here we go with race 15, Open A and Open B. Justin Kelly coming out in second. I believe that's Freezy with the hole shot. Kelly running second. Michael Hicks sneaking up with them, sweeping around the outside of Kelly into second. He's going to look to sweep around the outside of Freezy. Rim riding around that big sweeper, taking the lead before they head into that off camber. It's a 460 of Michael Hicks. Leading the way in the B class, it looked like it was the 102 of Dalton Whitaker out of Fairfield Towns, Ohio. On the gate next, race 16, Open Beginner. In the odd staging lane, race 17, 85 Senior, 85 Junior. And in the even staging lane, race 18, Schoolboy 2 and Open C. Once again, thanks for coming out with us this weekend, round 11 of the Fly Showdown Series. Please make sure that you pick up your trash at your campsite and put it in one of the dumpsters, either on the Classic Track side or the Bomber side. Don't forget to pick up your awards and also return your transponders. Michael Hicks in front of the Lincoln Trail sign leading the way here on lap number 1. Justin Kelly runs in second, Clouser in third. Freezy in fourth, Gepford in fifth. Cade Rennick in sixth. Clouser and Kelly in a battle heading in and out of the first turn. And it's a 102 of Dalton Whitaker leading the way in the B class. 244 Eric Navel runs in second. Then it's a 922 of Zach Piper in third. And the slash of Cole Zabala rounding out the field. Battle on the track is Justin Kelly and Giancarlo Klauser. They are neck and neck down that straightaway, up and over that step-up tabletop. Kelly holding on to the position. They come in front of the Lincoln Trail sign. Jason Gifford not far behind them in fourth. Michael Hicks leading the way. We're about to have a three-way battle for second as soon as Jason Gifford gets a little bit closer to him. Kelly and Klauser again side by side over that step-up triple as they head into that off-camber in the trees. Michael Hicks through the rollers in front of the bomber pits. Kelly and Klauser still side by side like a magnet stuck in between them. Looks like Klauser now into the numbers 2 spot. Justin Kelly back to third. Michael Hicks dropping down the hill. He pops back into view. It'll be white flag when he comes around this time. There's Klauser, there's Kelly, there's Gepford. All right, white flag flying for the rider out of Fenton, Missouri on the big St. Charles Motorsports KTM. Just got a chance to see the drain plug on Michael Hicks's bike. It looks like everything's clean. No signs of any oil leaks or anything. White flag in the B class for the 102 Dalton Whitaker. Michael Hicks up and over the triple jump in front of the Lincoln Trail sign one final time. And checkered flag is flying. Hicks goes 4 for 4 on the day. Klauser comes home in second. Justin Kelly will come home in third. Gepford in the number 4 spot. On the gate, ready to go next, race 16, Open Beginner. .102 of Whitaker coming around to pick up the moto win in Open B. Here we go with Open Beginner. All right, on the gate next, race 17, 85 senior, 85 junior. Leaders coming into view. Like moto number 1, it looks like it's the 777 of Logan Nance and the 15 of Trevette Scales. Battling it out front. Seven of Brody Roan running in third. Looks like the 127 Peyton Westjohn in fourth. In the number 5 spot, it's 23 Mason Smith, followed by the 44 of Andrew Hembrew and the 222 of Luke Brinker. Then it's the 114 of Caden Gerling and the 511 of Caden McCoy, the 117 of Jose Sanchez. right, looks like the 15 of Trevette Scales has taken over the lead from the 777 of Logan Nance. They work their way around a slower rider. He'll be in front of the Lincoln Trail sign, 2 down and 2 to go. That's the 12 of Gabe Smith. Gabe finished top 10, I believe, in Moto number 1, having some challenges here in Moto 2. Brody Roan still sits in third, but he's starting to get pressure from the 127 of Peyton Westjohn. Westjohn's in fourth. Brinker now into fifth. Mason Smith in sixth. And it's a 44 of Andrew Hembrow in seventh. 114 of Caden Gerling in eighth. 117 Jose Sanchez in ninth. Rounding out the top 10, it's a 5'11 of Caden McCoy. Chris Furlow out there on his brand new 2021 Honda 450. Got to see 2 of those in action this weekend. His and Cade Blackney, the rider out of Mississippi. Here come your leaders. White flag will be flying this time for Trevette Scales. Brody Roan, Peyton Westjohn, and Luke Brinker all coming through. That's third, fourth, fifth. Mason Smith in sixth. The 37 of Landon McKinney and the 29 of Gage McKinney. Both out of Moweaqua, Illinois, getting ready to come through. Both of them on their new KTMs. And checkered flag is in hand. Picking up the win, it is the 777 of Logan Nance. Something happened to Scales on that last lap. Trevette Scales will come home in second. All right, here we go. Race 17. First drop will be 85 Senior. All right, Seniors heading into the first turn. Looks like a great start by the 31 of Blake Dotson. He has the whole shot leading the way. Juniors ready to go next. All right, gates down on the juniors. Dakota Baker with the whole shot on the 165, leading the way up the hill. All right, final moto of the year on the gate next. Race 18, Open C and Schoolboy 2. Three-way battle as they go up and over that step-up tabletop. It looks like Dotson pushed back to the number 2 spot. Leading the way in front of the Lincoln Trail sign, it's the 137 and Nate Beerbaum. Dotson runs second, Ethan Burns in third. Running in fourth, it's a 478 of Brennan Puckett. And a 324 of Jackson Elliott rounding out the top 5. Dakota Baker leading the way in the juniors. Travis Tucker runs in second. In third, it's Gunnar Hakila. Colton Waits in fourth. Mason Houghton rounding out the top five. Jackson Schiller right behind him. .137 and Nate Beerbaum starting to pull away from the field. Leading the way in the senior class. Be 2 down and 2 to go for the rider out of Oglesby, Illinois. Nice battle brewing behind him. Running in second. It's a 44 of Ethan Burns. Dotson now back to third. Puckett fourth. Jackson Elliott rounding out the top five. Those 4 riders all pretty close together. Dakota Baker checking in for another lap, leading the juniors. Your pit bike winner, Ethan Bernhard, going in and out of the first turn. He was the winner of the SSR 110 pit bike from Mattoon Power Sports. Travis Tucker coming through. Looks like Travis still running second in the juniors. All right, white flag getting ready to fly for the 137 and Nate Beerbaum. Nate launching this finish line jump, landed halfway to Oglesby. Dakota Baker working his way around 3 different riders in that Lincoln Trail roller section. White flag flying for him, the rider out of Martinsville, Indiana. All right, your leader, Nate Beerbaum, up and over that step-up tabletop. He'll come in and out of that switchback. Up and over the triple jump in front of the Lincoln Trail sign now. He'll be working his way through these rollers. Checkered flag will be flying here in just a moment. 137 coming around for the checker. Checkered flag is flying for 137 Nate Beerbaum. Jimmy, who finished second, third, and fourth? Coming home fourth, 324 Jackson Elliott. Dakota Baker picks up the win in the juniors. All right, race 18, final race of the 2020 season on the gate. We'll have two gate drops, one for Schoolboy 2. Brody Bennett looking to pick up another moto win. He and Skylar Corbin battled it out in moto number 1. Second drop will be Open C. The 82 of Dalton Height looking to secure that Fly Showdown Series championship. All right, here we go. Gates down on Schoolboy 2. Skylar Corbin out there, along with Reese Barna. Didn't see Brody Bennett. Final gate drop of 2020. Open C, ready to go next. Great start by the 87 of Mason Lutz. He'll have the whole shot. Skylar Corbin going to lead the field of Schoolboy 2 riders into the woods. They come back into view. Maybe that is Brody Bennett running in the number 2 spot, or Reese Barna. I believe that is Reese Barna running in the number 2 spot. Coming through the rollers. Yep, Skylar Corbin leading the way. Reese Barna running in second. Logan Nance in third. Mason Lutz leading the way in open C. Battle behind Mason between Gavin Klinko and the 125 of Nolan Wright, second and third. Then it's the 47, Nicole Roberts in fourth. In fifth, it's a 14 of Blackney. And then behind him, it's the 82 of Dalton Height. Looks like Dalton actually made the pass in the first turn. So move Dalton Height up a position. Leaders in front of the Lincoln Trail sign one more time. 227 Skylar Corbin still leading the way by a couple of seconds over Reese Barna. Mason Lutz leading the way in open C. Nolan Wright all alone in second. Gavin Klinko holding on to third. Cole Roberts fourth. And then it's a 14 of Cade Blackney back into fifth. Dalton Height runs in the number 6 spot. Leaders working their way back towards that step-up tabletop. Skylar Corbin trying to hold off a charging Reese Barna as they come around to pick up the white flag. All right, white flags flying. Skylar Corbin leads the way in and out of the first turn. Logan Nance sits in third. Picking up the white flag in Open C, it's 87 Mason Lutz. Running second, it's 125 Nolan Wright. In third, it's 47 Cole Roberts, and then fourth, it's Davis. Fifth is Blackney. Klinko runs in sixth, Dalton Hyde in seventh. Skylar Corbin back into view down the hill. Coming through the rollers one final time, the rider out of Ellettsville, Indiana. Checkered flag is in hand. Skylar Corbin picks up the win. And the overall in Schoolboy 2. Reese Barna comes home in second. Final checkered flag of the year waving for Open C class winner 87 Mason Lutz. That is a wrap on 2020. Wow, what a year. What a series. Keep your eyes posted to social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter for updates on any and all potential ride days or prepped practices. Keep a lookout for announcements about the Showdown Series banquet for December 12th and information about the 2021 race season. Thank you again to all in attendance today. 562 entries on the day. Thousands and thousands throughout the 2020 race year. Safe travels on your way home. Please make sure you pick up your trash and put it in one of the two dumpsters. Don't forget to pick up your awards and return your transponder. Huge shout out again to Fly Racing, AGMX, Do More Equipment, Bolin Transport, Sunoco Race Fuels, Bel-Ray, Thompson's Motorsports, Sunstar 100%, Active MX, LiveView Timing, and Action Sports EMS. We appreciate everything and all that you do. And I will see you at the banquet. And excited about what's to come in 2021. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you soon.